What does Biafra mean?
It means freedom, liberty, fairness, equity, and justice.
In practical terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
Very,
very strong regions.
absolutely.
Have you had a change of mind, therefore, about getting an independent Biafra? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
No, I'm not changing my mind. No. And independent Biafra means going back to where we were before the Batman came.
Okay, so you're not talking about a federation when you say confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence,
Absolutely.
complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else.
Okay.
Or that.
That's good.
If push comes to shove,
Yes.
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortar.
So no war. You've ruled out the
Absolutely. No. When I say Biafra order, then I'll keep pushing. Either I am alive, I die in the process. I won't stop. Allow me to repeat, if you don't mind. Had sovereign national conference been convened by the powers that be, where every ethnic nationality, every, I don't care if there's 600, I don't care. Everybody's
all the 500 plus.
everyone together to say this is, or others can delegate, I don't know, powers to other people to attend on their behalf. Sit down to say, what type of country do we want? Sit down, discuss, agree. I can begin to perhaps submit.
Is it too late?
It is way too late. They've killed too many people. They've ruined too many lives. They've wasted too many souls. How do we bring those people back?
If the federal government, given the agitation that is going on, becomes convinced that, you know what, these people have a point, and it is time to actually address all these issues, and they begin to systematically address some of these issues, would you change your mind?
No, because of the deceptions of the past.
No trust.
No trust. Aburi was there, it was negotiated. Nothing happened. 1968, if I recall.
Mhm.
And the confab report, what became of it? How about the 3R? Conciliation, reconstruction, and heaven knows what. What became of it? Nothing. Calabar Seaport is not working. Can you tell me why it's not working? The seaport. Used by the economic masters. Why is it not working today? How about Water Seaport? Why is it not being used? Well, why not worry? Why must we allow only Lagos to function as a viable seaport? In England, where I used to live, you had Liverpool, you had the son of the Portsmouth, Southampton, everywhere. You had harbors and ports. So why must we have only one?
I've heard people say these are very valid arguments, and that these are things that are to do with bad governance. So the average Biafran, to use your phrase, or Igbo man in the Igbo, is facing poverty much in the same way that the average guy in your state is facing poverty. And so these are issues of governance. You don't agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. So if that is it, why isn't the agitation about tackling the problem, which is ensuring good governance, perhaps starting from locally? Because part of the allegations against you is that you don't confront your political leaders in the East, and you'd like to blame Abuja for everything.
Because the way I would want to solve a problem is not how the planning man wants to solve it.
You really believe this is an ethnic thing, and the approach is different?
The approach is different. Exactly. It is more to do with value system.
Right.
The way you may want to solve a problem could be markedly different from how I do mine.
What is the geographical makeup of Biafra, as far as you are concerned? This Biafra that you want. So, for example, if we're doing a referendum, where will that referendum take place? Is it only the 5?
No.
It's okay.
It's which is River State, Delta, Anambra, Imo, and Igbo Cross River,
Akwa Ibom,
and a pipe of course.
Okay.
Those are the coasters. Basically,
Bayelsa,
yes, southeast and south without the state.
without Edo State.
That's correct. And then including Ibadan, Idoma.
Right, the Benues, so the Igalas and part of the
Absolutely.
Kogi state. But Nyesom Wike, the governor of Anambra, sorry, the governor of Rivers State, made a statement, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, and said, you should not be including Rivers State
It's for
and
the
the prayer people.
not me. I can decide for the Africans. They have to go and vote and convince the whole world that they want the Africans. It's not personal. It's only one man, one vote.
But what if they're not even willing to take part in the referendum? Because I've had people from the South, for example, from Bayelsa, I've had people from Cross River. I think there's a famous actress, Kate Henshaw, for example, wrote a long piece about why people of the South don't want to be dragged into a place called Biafra. You're saying, regardless of what they say, you want a referendum in those parts.
Because I know the majority of the people want a referendum. I was in Igbo yesterday.
How do you know?
I was there yesterday. I was in Igbo yesterday. You call Port Harcourt. I was there yesterday. I should have been there to see what happened.
Now,
they didn't see me. I'm sure you know. It's all over the place. So I'm very happy to see me. I bet Kate Henshaw wouldn't get such reception. Why should to go to?
She's a big, popular Hollywood actress. I wouldn't necessarily.
If I go to have it, people will turn out to see me more than turn out to see her.
If you ever tried to fix your accent.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good morning. Depend where you are domiciled in this world. I greet you and I also welcome you to today's program. As I welcome you, please endeavor to welcome another person to join us by you hitting the like button. That is how you are welcoming another person to join us. So please, and also by your comments, is another serious way you are making YouTube to forward the message to more people to see the message. So, for people to join us in a large number, please hit the like button, comment, and share so they can be able to get notification that we are live at this hour and we are also direct on this hour also. So for that reason, please endeavor to like and share the program. And I welcome you, Timothy. Thank you so much. I welcome you, Chris, Biafra'S son. Thank you for being here. I welcome the first two people that have joined the program today through their comments. So please, as you come, may you like and share the program, please. So others we know, both on S handle, on TikTok, Facebook, anywhere you can share the program, I urge you to please to share. It is very important at this stage that we are into. So others will join us. If you listen to the interview of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the Channel television, he said that what he wants is outright Biafra as a country is what he wants. He didn't say that he wants Biafra under Nigeria, or he didn't say that IPOB is a Biafra he's fighting for. I hope through his statement of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you can easily understand his mindset and why he formed IPOB as organization, that only him alone cannot achieve Biafra. That is why people said one Iroko tree in the forest doesn't make a forest. One Iroko tree in a forest can never make a forest. It's just one. That is why he formed the organization called IPOB. And when you listen to this interview of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu properly from the channel television, you will see what he wants. That all he had ever wanted is Biafra as a country. That is all he ever wanted. And he said, Biafra or death. And he also believed that he would be, either he died in this movement in the name of Biafra, or he achieved Biafra as a country. Either he get Biafra as a country, or he die in getting Biafra as a country. And why can only him cannot be able to achieve it? Because it's a country. That was a country into his mind. That is why he formed organization where we all can come together to join our mindset together to achieve that country he is fighting and he wants. That is why, and that is what he is fighting for. He is not fighting to keep IPOB as a country. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not fighting to keep IPOB as a country. He only used the name of organization to draw us together so we can be able to fight for Biafra as a country. And all the word he said here simply means that all he is looking for is to have Biafra as what? As a country. He never protects the interests of IPOB as organization. And he never said that it's only IPOB will bring Biafra as a country. But he also said that if you know what you can do to bring Biafra, that you should go on and do it to bring Biafra as a country. And what we can do to bring Biafra as a country is what matters to him. And you also know that maybe in this journey, and those things is what you are seeing that is happening right in front of you today: the kidnapping, the arresting, the massacre, and the ongoing genocide that is happening right now all over Nigeria. These are the things he knew that will happen in this movement as we proceed to get Biafra as a country. When he was interviewed, all the words that is coming from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is what? That he wants Biafra outright Nigeria as a country. Did he say that I want IPOB to restore Biafra as a country? He did not say that. He said what? He did not do what? Say that. He continuously hitting that what he wants and why he's doing what he's doing, that he wants Biafra as a country out of Nigeria. But a way to achieve that Biafra as a country, that is what matters most. How to achieve Biafra as a country is what matters most. And what is the method to achieve Biafra as a country? I hope that you listen to that voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with me, how Biafra will be a country And the only intention of him that he has is what? That he wants outright Biafra out of Nigeria. This is what he wants. He didn't say, I want IPOB to bring Biafra as a country. He did not say that. So, for all of us today, coming to today's program is why I play you the audio of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. On that interview, what do you want? Is it IPOB as organization? Or you want Biafra as a country? If you want Biafra as a country, in what criteria are we going to achieve Biafra as a country? I hope you are listening and you're also thinking like me and you can reason more than me. Because of I open YouTube does not mean that I know more than you. That is the gospel truth. Because I have the opportunity to open YouTube and be here and be talking while you are commenting or you are listening, it doesn't make me that I know it more than you. No. But what we are here is to rub minds together. And also, maybe I am here to bring you, to preach to you the message of redemption of what you have forgotten or the criteria to get Biafra as a country, like every other countries in the world. Because there is nothing that we are doing today that is a new thing. What we are doing today is what others have done in the past and how every other countries achieve their own nation. So what we are doing is to stand on that existing mandate or the protocol or the line that has been drawn before us to move towards it, like when you are traveling. When you are traveling is not different from other ones. You present the same document that every other person traveled, present to the embassy or to your agent who submitted your document to the embassy of the country you want to travel to. And the immigration allows you, then you come in. You never form your own method. Your case of your traveling never is not peculiar. Is that the same road? Then when you are not following that the same road that every other one has followed to travel, then it's going to, like, your own case is different because you enter on a wrong hand. When you enter on a wrong hand, it's going to delay your traveling. And you're going to stress yourself. And not only stressing yourself, you look like the enemies are against you. It looks like your family members are against you. It looks like that, oh, the witches and wizards are following you up. That is how you look like. But it look this way because you have never followed the right way. And the world has the right way how every other countries achieve their own. And you forgot that why you did not travel, because you meet a bad agent, you follow a bad person, you follow a bad road. But when you follow the real road, when you follow the real road to travel, for you to achieve your aim, then that road you follow, that is the real road and the right one, leads you on a country where you are today. Those that plan to travel that are not also in that same country, what happens? Because they never followed the real right road. That is why I said from the 1967 to 1970, Oju got it right. Because the time of 1960 to 1970 was before you can become a country, you must go to battlefield. You must go through war. That is how, and that is exactly in the past how you can achieve a country. But after that, the movement changes. When the movement changes, remember, if I may ask you, how many years do we stay before Owazuike take over the movement? I'm not talking about Biafra again. How many years did we stay before Owazuike take over the movement? You see, when Ojukwu stopped the movement, the easiest thing to do is the right way to do is what we did not do that time. I said the right thing to do for us to have Biafra as a country, we could have had it between the 1967 to 1990, where government in exile was running for every country that lost or those who want to build a new nation. They all follow the road. They all follow the right way to achieve it, and all of them today are countries. And it's only us that remain. That is why when I told you that the wrong path that we have followed since over all these years is why Biafra is never achieved an independent or full nation or sovereignty of Biafra. For over all these years, all the things we do, we claim in our own way, is not the way. There is a road, there is a line that has been drawn before us. We did not follow that line, but we want to follow our own way. And following our own way is why we are here today. So, in my final speech this morning, before we go into the program and the headline, I want you to know that after 1970, that we have never been on a right path, on a right track to achieve Biafra as a country. After 1970, starting from Owazurike, we have never been on that right track. The right track that made us to waste all these years is a right track that every other countries transition, the world to transition to issue, to form government in exile, to issue a redeclaration after we handed our independence back to Nigeria through Philip Effiong. When he handed Nigeria the mandate of Biafran people over, we lost everything. And the only way we could have gotten it right is by the transition, is by forming government in exile. And after forming government in exile, we need to, because we have handed them over, that we have surrendered, whether I like it or not. There is no time to romance the word or paint the word anymore. After we have done that, when other countries transition to government in exile, we supposed to transition. And because of we never transition, because of we never take the yardstick, because of we never follow the road that every other country in the past followed, that is why we still here today. That is why I said that we are on a wrong track. In all these years, we have been on a wrong track. The only time we have gotten it right is from that day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu adopted or introduced officially, accepted Simon Ekpa as the man with the new mandate, the man with the new dimension. The man with the new dimension is the man who put us on a right track. He is the man who used the yardstick. He is the man that used the template, how every other countries achieve their own. That is the man. The man that tells us that until we issue a redeclaration of our lost country, that is when we stop making noise. Simply means that is when we stop being on a wrong path. That is why today we are on a right track, on a wrong path again. Because of what? Because of USB redeclared. That is the new dimension. That is the mandate. Without this issue declaration, without transition from organization, let's call it autopilot, like you said, to Brigi, Biafra government in exile. Without Biafra government in exile that issue a redeclaration of our lost country, Biafra, into a new modern world, with the transition, United States of Biafra. That is the only time I've gotten it right. But without this, we are on the wrong path. That is why I ask you, count or check from 1967 that we lost it totally to 2024, November 28, how many years? I said, calculate from the 1997, immediately we lost it and Philip Efong handed over the mountain back to Nigeria. I want you to check from that time to 2024, how many years? Or you check from that time to 2023 or 2022, when Abatobie, from the day we formed government in exile and today to issue our redeclaration, that is the only time we have gotten it right. As people, as indigenous people that want their country outrightly, like every other countries that want their own country, and today they are all a country, why we are not a country. So I want you to sincerely tell yourself the truth. That's what draws me to today's program. Biafrans, do you want Biafra as a nation? Listen to Game Changer USB under Article 2 in bracket 7 of the UN Charter. USB is the game changer. Our redeclaration is the game changer that suits on the international law. If you are doubting, we don't need UN, you don't want this international something and this and that, why are you going to Washington, D.C.? Why are you going to United Nations? Why are you going to ICJ? Why are you moving all over these countries and these organizations in the world for them to talk about you? If you said that you don't want to listen, and if you think that, oh, this way is the right way, that we don't need them, I'm asking you, why are you sending petition to the United Nations, the IPOB, and all Biafrans? Why are you sending petition to the Washington, D.C.? Why are you sending petition to the ICJ? I'm asking you. You see that we need them to come in. So, if not coming of the game changer, the game changer first is Simon Eber, is a game changer. Through Ngozarabeze. And the final game changer is to the name United States of Biafra is the full game changer. So that is why I am here to tell you that the only thing we have at this time that we are into is what? Is only to focus on the game changer that's already been done, which is hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra from the rising sun. That is who we are. And that is the game changer. And this is how our game has been changed to the entire world. Without this, we have never changed the game. And we are not on the right track. That is why I ask this question. 3 p.m. if you're here, please, I need a help something. I want someone to count from me from 1967 to 2024. How many years? Please. I want someone to help me to calculate from 1967 to 2024. How many years? Because the world will count from you from the time you start getting it right. They are not counting from when you're on the wrong path. And they will start monitoring you from the time you got it right and the time to give recognition. In every other thing, we count. After you have achieved recognition, now on your, 57 years that we are on a wrong path. 57 years of being on a wrong path. Then from 2024 November 29 till today is the time we are on a right track. On the right track of it is where we need for us to be a outright country. Like Mazen Nnamdi Kanu interview I played to you, when he said that all he wants is what? Biafra as a country. That what he believes is that he will be in this movement unless he died on it, or Biafra becomes a country. He never said that he wants IPOB to achieve Biafra as a country. He never said that IPOB is Biafra. He never said so. Because he knew that what is there, that this is an organization where I registered that only me cannot restore Biafra as a country. And it's not my private business where I can manage what I want. Now I need people to come say, he registered it and open hand, all of us coming to IPOB organization. Now it is obvious that the IPOB has derailed or deviated from the movement. And for over all these years, from the 1999 to the 2026, including Owazurike, and of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, check how many years. We are on a wrong track. Honestly, take it or you leave it. The years of the awareness is overdue. That is why we have all this bunch of baby saboteurs everywhere. That is why we have all these criminals around us. That is why you are seeing betrayal here and there. That is why you see those that the only thing they can do is to use the name of Biafra to make money. They think it's a continuity business. When I stop, my son or my daughter or my wife will take over from me. So they can use it to make the Biafran people and use it to make the money. So, with all that we are doing at this stage that we are into, it is the high time for you to know that there is a game changer, and there is now we are on the right track that we have must followed under the international law and all the articles how we achieve Biafra as a country. But before I proceed, I want you to join me to listen to Voice of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu once again, where he thought about when they asked him, "What do you want?" He said, "I want Biafra as a country." Who interviewed him? Under the what? Under the channel of the channel that interviewed him. So let us listen to Mazen Kanu once again before I go into the game changer and all articles. Why we are in the international global stage.
Freedom, liberty, fairness.
Please, can you hear loud and clear?
And justice.
Are you there?
Terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
Very,
very strong regions.
absolutely.
Have you had a change of mind, therefore, about getting an independent Biafra? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
No, I'm not changing my mind.
Have you have a change of mind about getting Biafra as a country? It's from the, yes, I can see it. I'm trying to minimize, but it's from the background of the interview. So let us manage it like that. They ask him, have you changed your mind of getting Biafra as a country? Because he knows what he wants. Did he say, have you changed your mind of being an IPOB member? No, they ask him, have you changed your mind of having Biafra as a country? For him to have Biafra as a country, that is why he formed IPOB. And he knew that the name of what he's fighting for is for a nation, not organization.
Okay, so you're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence, complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else. Okay. If push comes to shove, will you go to war?
No, because truth.
Do you get that word? Biafra or death, not IPOB. But IPOB is organization he formed because only one tree can never make a forest. Then he formed for us to come together. Like program of yesterday, what's the meaning of organization? Organization is being formed to people to gather together, to have the same ideology, to move with one mind, to achieve one goal. And the goal they want to achieve is what? Biafra as a country. That is what Mazan Kano is telling here, and his gullible will not play this part.
Is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets.
And ask him, in a woto, and there was so much journey. Our land is under siege. They asked Mazan Kano, do you want to go to war? He said outrightly no. That I don't want to go to war. That I prefer truth. That truth is deadly more than gun and bullets. And what is the truth? The truth is that we have to transition into government in exile. Then we have to issue a peaceful declaration. These are the areas that we need to checkmate. These are the areas that you'll be asking yourself a question. You want water. And he said, I don't want war. The criteria he mentioned here has happened. He talked about he talked about referendum. And we said, UN is not ready for them to listen to us. We have to do it by ourselves because of what? That Biafra, a country or a freedom is being taken, is not being given. Obatobi outlined how we will achieve it as a country. By starting from foreign government in exile. The government in exile monitored the self-referendum of the Biafran people. After the self-referendum, we issue a mandate of going to Finland to issue a redeclaration of our lost country. This is the truth that is far more better than weapon. And Obatobi accomplished what by saying, after we have redeclared that if you are expecting me to go to war with Nigeria or throw one blade to Nigeria, that is not going to be possible anymore because you can't claim peace and claim violence at the same time. You will choose one. And Obatobi said, we are going to adopt peace method. A peace method is what we have adopted through our, that is why we call it what? A peaceful redeclaration of our lost country.
So now what? You've ruled out
I said Biafra already, I keep pushing. Either I am alive, I die in the process of answer. Allow me to repeat.
When I keep pushing, either I'm alive or I'm not alive, that's what I want is what? Biafra as a country. When he saw that man who will help him to be alive and get that Biafra as a country, he quick acknowledged the man. And he mandated you and I to follow the man, share his program according. Do you know that word? That he is the only one about Obia, our president, Mazi Nnanukanu said that we have to share his program accordingly. That is one that the Judas and their group, the IPOB and DOS, refused to follow up. He also said, I forbid any of you who is going to attack him. That is a taboo. They refused to obey towards that. He also said, give him Radio Biafra to be broadcasting from there. They refuse. They refuse this order from a man. What he wants is Biafra as a country. And I'm asking you, those who refuse all this order, how do they want Biafra as a country? I'm asking you, how did they want Biafra as a country? By how? It's the one Biafra country, and they refuse the idea coming from the man who won Biafra as a country. Now to put it on the level where we are this time, The man also who knows that all we are doing is making noise, and he said, until we issue our declaration, have the document, that will tell the document that all that we are doing is noise making. And what happened? And when that man was arrested, put behind the bars, he said, I have the surrogates. And he said, COS, protect the mandate. You are the surrogate. You refuse to join. Is there anything different between you and the IPOB, who never allows Simon Ekpanjoko to broadcast Radio Biafra or to handle the affairs? Nene is alive today. He voted that Simon should lead the movement. That is why they was against him. Nene of IPOB, Chike Doziem Chinasa was surprised when Nenyanya and others voted that they want Simon to pilot the affair of the Biafran people. Today, the same thing has happened, and you are by the side gossiping. You are by the side refusing to obey the instruction that leads to Biafra as a country, but rather you want those who see Biafra as a business that they can use to reach themselves. Whether you like it or not, we are on the path of that Biafra is a nation that is waiting for official recognition from every other country in the world. And also, let's tell you, the recognition is not coming from Washington, D.C., not coming by the congressmen, not coming by the lobby. It's coming from a country to a country. Is want to recognize us, not congressmen, not Washington, D.C.
Had sovereign national conference been convened by the powers that be, where every ethnic national, I said every, I don't care if there's 600, I don't care. Everyone is
all the 500
everyone together to say this is, or others can delegate, I don't know, powers to other people to attend on the other behalf. Sit down to say, what type of country do we want? Sit down, discuss, agree. I can begin to perhaps submit to your
Is it too
position.
late?
It is way too late. They've killed too many people. They've ruined too many lives. They've wasted too many souls. How do we bring those people back?
If the federal government, given the agitation that is going on, becomes convinced that, you know what, these people have a point, and it is time to actually address all these issues, and they begin to systematically address some of these issues, would you change your mind?
No, because of the deceptions of the past.
No trust.
No trust. Aburi was that it was negotiated. Nothing happened. 1968, if I recall.
Mhm.
And the confab report, what became of it? How about the conciliation, reconstruction, and heaven knows what? What became of it? Nothing. Calabar Seaport is not working. Can you tell me why it's not working? The seaport used by the colonial masters. Why is it not working today? How about Iguacha Seaport? Why is it not being used? Why not worried? Why must we allow only Lagos to function as a viable seaport? In England, where I used to live, you had Liverpool, you had the Sun of the Sportsmouth, you had Southampton, everywhere. You had harbors and ports. So why must we have only one?
I've heard people say these are very valid arguments, and that these are things that are to do with bad governance. So the average Biafran, to use your phrase, or Igbo man in the Igbo, is facing poverty much in the same way that the average guy in Yobe State is facing poverty. And so these are issues of governance. You don't agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. So if that is it, why isn't the agitation about tackling the problem, which is ensuring good governance, perhaps starting from locally? Because part of the allegations against you is that you don't confront your political leaders in the East, and you'd like to blame Abuja for everything.
Because the way I would want to solve a problem is not how the planning man wants to solve it.
You really believe this is an ethnic thing, and the approach is different.
The approach is not exactly. It is more to do with value system.
Right.
The way you may want to solve a problem could be markedly different from how I do mine.
What is the geographical makeup of Biafra? as far as you are concerned, this Biafra that you want. So, for example, if we're doing a referendum, where will that referendum take place? Is it only the 5?
No.
It's okay.
It's which is River State, Delta, Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Ebonyi, Cross River,
Akwa Ibom?
and a pipe of course. Those are the process. Basically,
Bayelsa?
yes, Southeast and South without Edo State.
Without Edo State.
That's correct.
Are you hearing it?
Including
Without Edo State,
Idoma.
Igede, Idoma,
So
all
Igala
are
and
Biafra.
part
And
of
in the
Kogi
40s
State.
of Biafra, they're all inclusive.
Nyesom Wike, the governor of Anambra, sorry, the governor of River State, made a statement, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, and said, you know, you should not be including River State and the people.
I can decide for Biafrans. They have to go and vote and convince the whole world that they want Biafra. It's not for instance, it's only one man, one vote.
What if they're not even willing to take part in the referendum? Because I've had people from the South, for example, from Biafra, I've had people from Cross River. I think there's a famous actress, Kate Henshaw, for example, wrote a long piece about why people of the South don't want to be dragged into a place called Biafra. You're saying, regardless of what they say, you want a referendum in those parts.
Because I know the majority of the people want a referendum. I was in Iguacha yesterday.
How do you know?
I was there yesterday. The Iguacha yesterday. You call what happened. I was there yesterday. I should have been there to see what happened.
Now,
No, they didn't see me. I'm sure they know. It's all over the place. They're very happy to see me. I bet Kate Henshaw wouldn't get such reception. Where should she go to?
she's a big, popular Nollywood actress. I wouldn't necessarily.
If I go to her village, people will turn out to see me more than turn out to see her.
Most people.
I hope
want that
you
change.
listen to Mazen Kanu carefully. The freedom is not for one person. It's a battle race. When you listen to Mazen Kanu and his mindset and reasoning, you see a man that wants a country, not a man who wants to remain as a political pressure group. Not a man who wants to remain as a political pressure group. A man that knows that what I want is a country. What I want is my nation outrightly, no matter what comes. And when you listen to him, you will understand all this. So for you, clamoring IPOB, clamoring is only Simon Ebanjoko, that is not how to get freedom. The freedom is in all of us hand. That we choose those who will fight, those who will lead us. When they are not there, we will continue. Freedom is like a family lineage where your father started alone, got married to your mother, and they give a child, happen to be you. When they are no longer alive, you marry, you give a birth to a child. The child from there carries the family's name and run. That is what we are. So on that, now if I start playing my research and doing analysis, then be bringing some words from the interview they give Mazen Kanu to what I'm about to do right now. He won Biafra as a confederate state. Is it not how USB put it? That is why in every state you on your own. Can you see? We have already started practicing it already, despite lacking recognition. We already start practicing. This is my country. This is my state. We are the one to decide what will happen here and how people will live. That is what we are doing right now. Is it not true? When you look at the other way around of it, all the areas he mentioned, they are all inclusive in the map, in the geographical map of the outright Biafra out of Nigeria. All he mentioned here is inclusive inside the map. Is it not true? And inside, they are all made up of what? The 40 states of the United State of what? Biafra. And the more to come. So on that note, our headline of program today is Biafrans, do you want Biafra as a nation? I want to be answering in the comment section. Do you want Biafra as a nation? Listen to Game Changer, USB, United States of Biafra declared under Article 2 in bracket 7 of the UN Charter. That is, and many more charters, including Montevideo Convention, but I pick up this part for you to understand. So let us see how USB is a game changer. How we have met the criteria of the UN Charter Article 2.7 in brackets and many articles of the laws that we are going to discuss today. Yes, Amadi, thank you so much. I want Biafra as a country. Just Ekwem, I see you. Thank you so much. Triple M, you are there already. Thank you. And who was that first person today? Okay, Timothy, I have greet all of you. I will come back to read the comment section after playing the program of today. Do you want organization or you want Biafra as a nation? If you want Biafra as a nation, remove hatred, remove envy, remove jealous, remove what you think, remove your I too know, remove who you are, and let us listen to what? To the reality. The reality that we refuse to focus or grab it from the after 1960, 70, is that reality that is staring at us. And I thank God that today that we have grabbed it and hold it very well. We will run with it. Which is 1, the transition into government in exile. 2, the standing on the mandate of government in exile to issue a redeclaration of our lost country. 3. Number 4, waiting for our international recognition without a peaceful declaration from government in exile. No amount of protest, no amount of standing on the streets will make the world to grant recognition. It is only by what? Only by this our peaceful redeclaration of United States of Biafra is how the world will listen to us. So on that, join me as we move into today's program quickly. I want to start from listening to my question. Why organization transition to government in exile and issue peaceful redeclaration of a lost country is the game changer that gives international community and the countries the legal right to talk about recognition of a lost country? Do you get that question very well? My question that we want to answer today is this. Why organization that transition into government in exile and issue peaceful redeclaration of lost country is the game changer that gives international community and the countries legal right to talk about recognition of a lost country? Do you got my question very well? On that, we proceed.
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force. The legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system. The game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structured entity they can actually sit down with.
Sorry about that.
Negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states. This exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures as governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the legal flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. Summary: the transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer, because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country.
I hope you listen. I hope you listen, because forget about UN. Why are you sending the document of Biafra to UN? Why? And you will send a document to them to listen to you, but you will not listen to the article. That is why they told Masina they can go and be doing something. And you tell us go and be doing something to start knocking water. No. That is not the way of having a lost country. They told Masina they can go and be doing something. Look at the articles from the Article 2 in bracket 7 to Article 2 in bracket 4, and also the Montevideo Convention of 1933. These are the things that we refuse to do since over all these years. It's only starting from the November the 29th is when we start doing those things that the world asks mankind to go and start doing something. That is when we start doing it. That is when we start doing it exactly. You see? To that. Listen for the second time. before we go into our time. So you can be able to be commenting on the comment section and follow the program also. Please like, subscribe, and share, please.
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force. The legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system. The game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structured entity they can actually sit down with to sign memorandums of understanding, negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states. This exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures as governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the legal flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. Summary: the transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer, because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country.
After listening to some research, I sincerely saw that our people has problem. The problem we have, number one, Triple M, is that we don't read. We don't listen to the right things. I have been in, I see all the groups, what people are posting and the copy. You find out that we are far from how we achieve Biafra as a country. It's easy quickly for us to copy somebody's video and post. And sometimes when we post something, I'll be asking myself, this thing that these people are posting, you see on Facebook, even our people doesn't know AI, don't know what's called AI on social media. Anything our people will see, they post. Our people does not sit down to analyze things because we want everything fast. The ignorance of our people is top notch. The main problem is lack of reading. We don't read. We don't read. Because it's only when you read, you will understand. When you research, you will understand. When you find some histories of how things happen in this world, you learn from there. I hope they said that the present, the future of yesterday lies, the future of tomorrow lies from the one of what? Yesterday. And the people will tell you, I had one who told me, oh, our case is so peculiar. You know, when you hear that English peculiar, oh, it enters your head. Our case is different. Yes, our case is different because you make your case to be different. Never is no quibo. Nankem diche ba jafa. That your peculiar word because you refuse to channel your energy, your strength to the right things to do. When you are doing the right things starts happening. Well, I did not blame any of you. I didn't blame anybody. That is how I was reasoning. Like that is also my belief before. So I won't say that I am excluded on it. I am included until I decide to change my way. And I decide to be thinking, how is it possible to achieve Biafra in this world as a country out of Nigeria? It gives me more work to do. So I have already seen that it is possible. That is, we are the one holding Biafra, not Nigeria, not UN, not anybody. You that refuse to accept the game changer. You that cannot be able to read, the only thing you do is to copy video on YouTube, copy AI, analyze, and set to. That is what you do. But for you to check how other countries have achieved their own, you will not do that. You will say, oh, our own case is peculiar. Peculiar indeed. Peculiar my foot. From 1967 to 2024, which is 57 years, have you ever been on a right track? That is my question to anyone who tell me our case is different from every other country. It's not different. We make it different because we refuse to follow the road that other people has followed to achieve their own. When you are traveling and you follow a rightful agent to submit a document, you are traveling. Is it peculiar? What is the recognition of you submitting your document to the embassy? Is that they approve it. That is the recognition. You find a way you travel. What is peculiar about you? Your case is peculiar in travel. When you follow a wrong agent and a wrong movement, everything becomes wrong. When it goes wrong, it becomes peculiar for you. When it goes wrong, my case is different. Oh, kwandi winchinatam, oh, kwandi nka. Why you refuse to follow a rightful way to get what you are looking for? For you to graduate in school, you must read. You must come to class. You must take lectures. You must write your exam. You will do your homework. Refuse to do your homework now. Let me see how you will pass. If the only day of exam will pass you, or you refuse. Refuse to write exam. When others are writing the exam, they give the same paper. People write on their paper and fully answer questions, and you refuse to answer. And you want to pass out. Your case is peculiar. Are you not doing your case peculiar? Don't bring a word to me because I have found out that what is holding us is in our hand. It's nothing peculiar, no difference with every other country, what they pass through. What they pass through is what we are passing through today. Because we got ndeba snow kwibo na mbo itato na panototi ya. And the guy from November 29. In fact, from 2021 of Simon, but down to November the 21, November the 29 is when we start getting it right here today. We are on a wrong track. And this right track that we are on it right now, if you check how many years of that the right track and you check the 57 years of being a wrong track, our case is peculiar because we are on a wrong track for 57 good years. After the Biafran War, we are on a wrong track. Simon Diapoda, he is one who put us on a right track. Finally, what did what? Why our DPM put us all qualification of that right track? That is where we are today. So on that note, let us continue with our program. You know how we do it here? Let us analyze this session 1 first. Remember, my question is, why organization that transition in government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country is the game changer that gives international community and the country's legal right to talk about recognition of a lost country? That is the question that we want to answer, want to analyze under our research. Before that, let's go to comment section and greet everyone. Finally, I see you here, Timothy. Okay, Shuku Mazi, thank you so much for being here. He said, hashtag Nigeria must go. I see you, please, Biafra'S son. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra, USB. That is who I am, a proud one. US government has come to stay forever. Yes, so you also Charles with emoji love. Thank you, brother. One love, my brother. Thank you so much. And here we have you, please, Biafra'S son, USB, my nation. Thank you for that. And here I have also share the program to go viral. Please, if you can do so. And also, Okafor said, Mazi, good morning. I greet you from here. Please stand on the protocol like Triple M, like Timothy, like Chris Biafra'S son. There was this team protocol is, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. That is the protocol. So on that, please, something happened right quickly. Let me answer this call. Why I'm answering this call, please listen to the audio again. Okay, listen to this audio again.
When an organization fighting for self-determination transitions into a government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it is shifting its strategy from street-level activism to formal international diplomacy. The core question is, can this transition legally compel another country to grant them international recognition, either as a lost country being restored or as a new country? Under international law, the answer is that it cannot automatically force any country to grant recognition. However, it completely changes the nature of the request being made to foreign governments. It provides friendly foreign nations with the precise legal and political framework they need if they choose to recognize the movement. 1. How foreign countries evaluate the request. When a government in exile issues a peaceful redeclaration, a foreign country looking at the situation does not view them through the lens of a brand new secessionist group. Instead, the foreign country evaluates them using 2 competing theories of international law. The lost country restoration approach. If a foreign nation chooses to grant recognition based on a redeclaration, it will almost always recognize it as a lost country being restored, rather than a new country breaking away. The legal mechanism. They rely on Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, declaratory theory, which states that a state's legal existence is independent of recognition by others. The argument. The government in exile argues that the original state's sovereignty was never legally extinguished. It was merely suppressed by unlawful force or an invalid historical merger. Therefore, the foreign nation isn't creating a new state. It is simply renewing its recognition of an old one whose legal spark never died. The problem of factual control, the biggest hurdle preventing most countries from...
Okay, thank you for that. Listen for that. So, yes, I am reading the comments. I am on Triple M. Nigeria must, hashtag Nigeria must go. out of the United States of Biafra land, as USB now is a sovereign nation. Yes, that is who we are. And he also said, greetings to you, Mazi, Biafra TV. Thank you, Trepe. I greet you for being here today. As always, you do. Thank you. He said, greetings to you all, my Genu fellow Biafran citizens. That is who we are. He also said, guys, kindly hit the like button once you join the broadcast. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Tripem, to remind us about that. Thank you so much. The gospel of the Chukwukabiama must be preached in the land of the living. Thank you. That's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. He also said here, if not the coming of the United States of Biafra, USB, we are really gone. Yes, if not for that, one naive Biafra today, USB declared. That is why always cherish and appreciate my DP and Onozo Arabeze for standing on the gap after they took away our PM, the peace ambassador. Thank you so much. Is when I ask question, how many years from 1970 to 2024 is 57 years. We are on a wrong path. Until November 29, 2024 is when we start being on a right track. He said, yes, please, thank you. We continue. When I asked about the voice, he said, yes. I see Amadi Chigozie, hashtag, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Triple M also said here, IPOB is meeting point for we to proceed for our total freedom, which is Biafra as a nation, and not IPOB as a group. Yes, IPOB as people of the indigenous people. Amachukwu said, hashtag Nigeria must go. Biafra is a nation. That is where we are. Ekpem said, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. He also said here, Mazi Shino. I saw his comment here. He said, Mazi Shino, Ndewo too. Then Tripem said again, honestly, most of our people does not know what freedom is all about. Hence, they are focusing on our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, MMK, and our PM, ESN, as they ignore the freedom those people stands for. Yes, thank you for that. We focus and we never ever be disintegrated. USB. That is where we start. Is our man. That is our nation. Because USB recognition is what we really. The USB recognition is what we really free those our heroes. Yes, and that one is for sure. And he also said here, and very very soon it is gone. It's going to happen. USB or USB. Thank you. Very soon. Yes, I need Biafra as a nation. Timothy said, yes, we want Biafra as a nation, not IPOS organization. Also Joseph said, I want Biafra as a nation. More grace, Biafra TV. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. Thank you so much. Remember the existing protocol. That is the main reason why you have America and Israel, other countries talking about Biafrans today, because our peaceful declaration, and also said, I don't really know what the problem of all these mediocres, gangsters over these years. They have been protesting from one country to another. They tell Mazi Kanu to go, stand doing something. Yes, UN told Mazi Kanu to go and stand doing something, and we have done it already. And they failed to ask what actually that things they want them to start doing. Thank God for the coming of USB. That's why I said we have done it already. And they also said our people are ignorant of research. Honestly, it's very difficult for us to do. Good morning, Brother Shino. I greet you, Faith. Thank you so much. Olushima Gordon Pai is here. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Thank you so much. He also said, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Hashtag USB is a sovereign nation now. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Good morning, Brother Shino. So thank you, Mazi. So on that note, we are going to dive into our analysis properly. We are going to do that. Remember, what we are analyzing this afternoon is Biafra'S. Do you want Biafra as a nation? Listen to Game Changer USB under Article 3, under Article 2 in bracket 7 of UN Charter. Listen to that. So as we move, the reason the transition is a game changer under international law comes down to the fundamental shift in legal status is by coming down to what? The transition. The word transition is a fundamental shift in a legal status. It changes the conversation from domestic dispute into international question of treaties, laws, and historical sovereignty. The only thing that starts changing everything is what? The word transition. When you are transitioning into where? Into IPOB, or into BGC, or into CRC, or into fallback bridge, that is not transition. The transition is what we are going to listen properly when they said, because let me tell you, what is holding Biafra to come, or your mindset you use this as a black man you are. When you start reading beyond being a black man, then you will understand that this is about the international movement. This is about how Biafra will be a country, not how we are going to be an organization. It's not. That's why I said, in a criteria of Biafra to be a country, it's not in our hand. The one that is in our hand, we have done it. What's going is in our hand? That is the transition. That is the what? That is what they call it. What? Listen, under international law comes down to fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute. It's no longer an internal matter of Nigeria because of what? The transition into exile and the things that surrenders the exile. Now, into international question, law and historical sovereignty. You see the transition, not by protest, not by agitation, no to that. Now, when a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community hand it as a legal tied by Article 7, Article 2 in bracket 7 of the United Nations Charter, which they forbid countries from interfering into the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. When you are organization like IPOB doing only protests, what you are doing does not give the countries in Africa, it does not give the countries in Europe, it does not give the country in the Middle Belt, in fact, in Asia, anywhere in the world, it does not give them the legal right to intervene into to discuss about your matter. They said they did not have the right. That this Article 7, Article 2 in bracket 7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbid countries from interfering into the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. Existing state is like Nigeria. When you are doing protests, the law forbids you to do what? The law forbids any country to intervene into that. That is why the soul happened to Thomas and the Khan is happening today. That is why you see how Biafra'S has been fighting over all these years. And even when we are holding flag of America in our hand, we've been fighting. America did nothing except to talk. And the talk will not have a value. The talk will not have a legal backup. Why? Because of the organization is just only a protest group that has no legal backup. that what? That do not have what? A legal backup. Does not have what? A legal backup. Without a transition under the international law, what you are doing, you are under the domestic jurisdiction of Nigeria when you have only protests. When you are doing only protests, you are what? You are just being under Nigeria. It does not give any country power to grant your request, because your request is just protest. The protest is for self-determination people. That's the country where you are, your country or the government of your country is not treating you right. That is why you are protesting. So you are asking to tell the world, to ask Nigeria, please treat us right. That if they treat you right, that you will not agitate anymore. It's quite different. And it does not give the world or any country in the world to talk. That's why they said that under the United Nations Charter, Article 2 in bracket 7, it said, this law forbids any country in this world or any world power to intervene into an internal matter. Because of what? You are handling, you are doing protests. It did not give them power to come in. Now, based on that, listen to this as we continue. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, like IPOB right now, if any country thinks that they can, IPOB has protested for years because of that, let's recognize them, that they are fighting for the lost country called Biafra that lost 1970. On that reason, let us give them Biafra'S a country. They said what? It's forbidden. It's abomination. Under this section of Section 7 of the UN Charter. That is why nobody is talking about the killings of Biafra'S. It's about this. Even the little way they are saying it does not have a legal backup. And that's why they say that this is an internal jurisdiction matter of Nigeria government. And what will remove it from being the internal matter? As we proceed, we will listen to that. Now, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring and entering a rebel. If any country gets serious without now that Biafra has been declared, if you try it, see, if it is before that that Israel and their parliament is what they are doing today, Nigeria has right to sue them to any court of the world. But because we have issued a redeclaration document that they are in Israel parliament, as I'm talking to right now, that is why they have bold step to talk about Biafra. That is the legal right. But without our peaceful declaration, the way Israel is handling the issue of Biafra now is not the way they was handling it before. That is why the transition into government in exile and the issue a redeclaration is a legal what is the game changer. Okay, let's continue. And when you try from another country trying to talk about Biafra, if there is no declaration, they said that you are sponsoring an internal rebel against the country, against an existing country. Now, for you to not sponsor an internal rebel, what could happen? Okay, let's continue. However, when the organization transition into a structured government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively handed foreign government the legal key to bypass that restriction, the restriction that was on the section on articles on section 7 of the UN Charter. You are giving them, you have that particular law can no longer hold them again. What will happen? Here is actually why this transition rewrites the diplomatic ruling bloc or ruling bloc. That bloc that the world refused to talk about Biafra, that refused to understand what we're passing through as a Christian country that is coming out from the old Eastern region, out of Nigeria government, out of Nigeria as a country. Because of what? The transition, you had it here. You see, the way of the international community is not our own way. And that's why I said the way to achieve Biafra as a country is not in our hand. For us to be a full nation, we have done our own. What is our own? Listen to what we have do. That's why we have gotten it right again. Why the world is now talking about USB redeclared. Do you know why the world is talking about Biafra? Is because of that redeclaration that took place in Helsinki, that's Finland, November 2024, by our chief of staff, Dr. Ngozi Orebeze, as the DPM. Is why you are free where you are today. Let's continue. Now, listen to what the word said. Under this United Nations Charter, the only way to give a right is by words. However, when that organization transition into a structured government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. And who issued this redeclaration of a lost country? It is Dr. Ngozi Orebeze. If Ogenkere, the automobile mechanic government in exile, Ogenkere and his squad, if they claim that Biafra was redeclared 2nd of December, who issued the declaration? They will ask Ogenkere, who is the one that issued the redeclaration of that country? Let's say that the world want to pretend they don't know when it was being declared, and they ask Ogenkere, who issued that redeclaration? Who is Ogenkere going to mention? People that are flowing, why can't you ask him a very valuable, important question? And you are flowing speechlessly, and you are claiming IPOB. Ogenkere, okay, he said Biafra was redeclared 2nd of December. Who issued the declaration? Do you know what it means to issue declaration? And also, who give order to lower Nigeria flag? That is why we have given them the name. If you never come across of the name of Ogenkere and what you have to call them, please let me give you the name that you will be calling Ogenkere. Let me give you the name fully. I'll read the name the way I draft the name. Because the time, now that their man is about to stop, that we are going to give them total madness. Please, 1 minute. Let me check it where I forwarded it. Yes. I want you to listen to this. Their name. The Ogenkere, Sani Akwarawa, automobile mechanic government in exile, where a phone repairer in Keved and a car repairer in Baltimore continue to make and deceive Biafrans in the name of freedom movement or agitation. The name of the government in exile of Ogenkere is what? It's not Biafra government in exile brig, no. The brig is being owned by Simon Ekpa, pushed to Ngozi Orebeze, that Simon Ekpa handed over to Ngozi Orebeze to issue a redeclaration of our lost country. Now, in their name, please remember, the name is what? The Ogenkere / Sani Akwarawa automobile mechanic government in exile. So, I want you to listen very carefully. The name of Ogenkere government in exile is what? Automobile mechanic government in exile is the name of their government. Don't address them as even as fake briggy. Okay, we can put that name fake briggy. So address them as what? Automobile mechanic government in exile. Sani Akwarawa in Keved, a phone repairer like Emapa Wallace, who later resigned from IPOB. Is it not true? That's the same history that's Sani Akwarawa followed by Emapa Wallace is what you are going to see happen, that is happening to Sani Akwarawa today. Then the Ogenkere, like Chike Doziem and Chinasa Nworu, that is the one repairing car in Baltimore, in US. That is why their name is very sound and sweet for them. The automobile mechanic government in exile, Ogenkere / Sona Aparawa and the Elayas. This is who they are, really. I hope you are getting it right. When you come like a human being. Now you have showcased that you are animal. I will frustrate you. That is what I do. I am not blocking anybody. I will frustrate you. Let me go back to your first comment that I read. What is that your first comment? This is only time I will look at you. If he said here, Mazi, good morning. After the good morning, now you start writing the garbage. So I will really want to frustrate you. I will not block you. Continue writing. So now the fake man Ogenkere / Sona Aparawa with the fake automobile mechanic government in exile. This is address them as what? Automobile mechanic government in exile of Ogenkere and Sona Aparawa. That is how you will be addressing these criminals. Now, the world has made it openly for us to understand that the only government in exile you have is what? Listen here. Listen. The only government in exile you have is what? However, when that organization transition into a structured government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, that is the only right government in exile the world knows. That one that issue either declaration or redeclaration of a lost country. That is how it goes. So when you see that the people and the Biafra we are looking for on that, no, there is no bye-bye. Come and write now. Why are you saying bye-bye? Come and write your garbage. You think I will block you? I don't block anybody. I will frustrate you. Come and write. No bye-bye. Come. So the world and the United Nations Charter, where all of us are running to, every organization, sending document to United Nations, sending to ICJ, sending to Washington, D.C. Their law said that the only government in exile that we know is the one that transition from organization into a structured government in exile. And what makes them a government in exile? That they have to issue a what? A peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. That is the only government in exile under the norms, under the law of the international community, not under our own thinking, not how we feel, not what we reason. This is how the international global community see the movement that we are into right now. That's why I said you can't eat your cake and have it back. You can't lick your orange and find it in the basket back. That's why I said criteria for recognition is not coming from any of us. It's coming from those that said this principle. So let us continue. Now, what happened? It effectively handed a foreign government the legal key to bypass that restriction on Article 7. Sorry, Article 2 in bracket 7. Here is actually why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic block. Before, everybody was being blocked. Not to talk about Biafra. Do you know that when we are shouting on the protest, how they are killing us, we are calling America, we are calling ICJ, we are calling every country, every president, Donald Trump, Netanyahu. Do you know why they're not answering us? Because of what? The law blocked them to talk against Nigeria, to raise the issue of Biafra'S. That is the only reason why now that we have declared it. They said that we have given them a legal backup to bypass that block of international law, that they should not interfere into the matter. The other way around, if you don't use redeclaration on this aspect, they call it what? External remedial secession. When you have your right, when you have give other people the right to talk about you. That is why the world is talking about Biafra today. That is why in the map of Biafra, you can see US declared inside the map of the world right now. Because of what? We are on a right track. Now, number one, it shifts the argument from secession to restoration. When you issue a peaceful declaration, it have now shifted you from calling you secession group. Now they are seeing you as what? As restoration, as those they put you on the line of or on the law of what? Restoration of a lost country. You are no longer remedial secession. You are no longer secessionist. No. Now the word they use for you is what? Restoration. On that, the international community deeply fears the word secession, because every movement that based on the protest and agitation under organization, they tag them what? Secession or rebel. And the international community is afraid to talk about secessionalists. That is why UN told Mazen Nnamdi Kanu go and be doing something. And today, what they told Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to go and be doing is what we are doing right now. It happens on November the 29, 2024. That is when that the world wants us to do, that is when we have done it already. So please, if you join, hit the like button, please. Now, listen to this. Breaking an existing country apart because of the principle of the territorial integrity. That is why they will not talk. When you remain under protest, agitation, they tag you rebel, they tag us secession. For us to move away from rebel, for us to move away from secession, to see us as what? As those who want to restore the lost country. That simply means that we have to transition into government in exile. Then we have to issue official redeclaration of what? Of the lost country. Are you following? Do you see where the world can talk about us right now? Do you now see how we are on a right track? But let us proceed. The game changer. The game changer. Now, listen what changes the game from rebel, secession, protest, agitation, and now into what? The game changer. By forming a government in exile and the issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifted its legal step entirely. You have shifted the movement entirely. You are no longer on the level of secession. You are no longer on the level of rebel. You are no longer on the level tagging you terrorist organization. What removes you from these three things I mentioned? What removes us from this is what? By forming a government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. And who did this for us is the cabinet member leading by Dr. Ngozi Arabueze, is the one that made us to shift away from secession, from rebel, from terrorist organization. I hope you are following. When you listen to this and the way we are right now, that is why I'm always happy, because of what? That our redeclaration simply means restoration of lost country has given us right that nobody can tag us terrorists anymore. Do you see anybody tagging you as terrorists? Do you see anybody tagging your government in exile of USB when we are under Briggy or a terrorist group? The answer is no, because Nigeria on their own know the law also. That is why they did everything possible to take Obata Obi away, thinking that taking Obata Obi away will stop the movement. Let's continue. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of their arena. They are asserting that the historical stakehold was unlawfully suppressed. Do you see the redeclaration of Biafra as a country, where the world and how the international global community puts us and where we belong? Let's continue. Now, what happened? By the military force or breaking treaties, agreements like the one of what 1884 treaties that was being signed by the British break. It's not that the old Eastern signed treaty with the British. We signed a direct treaty with them as a nation in 1884. In what? In 1884. The British finally break that rule. So we can also use to argue that, like what Manakano said, that we want to go back the way we are before the white man came. And the only way we can go back to the way we are before the white man came is by transition into a government in exile, issue a declaration of a lost country. This is how we can do it, and that is where we are today. So if you are not on this particular place, you are just doing yourself. You are digging your grave. But the one that you use the fake name to come to my comment section, when I give you a link, you will not enter. Now let us continue. The legal right to talk, the legal right for Israel to talk about Biafra is what USB give to Israel, because they understand the law. Now what happened? They allow friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the Declaration of Tyrio, that if the state lacks a sovereignty, never actually dies. A state like Biafra lacks sovereignty, but it never actually dies. You see, the legal part on this Montevideo Convention, Article 3, is where we give the world, the countries, Israel, America, every country in the world, Japan, anywhere they allow USB document today, we have given them the right to allow it and accept it because of what? USB declared through a government in exile. Let's continue. Foreign diplomacy can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal administrator of an existing UN member state. Everything has changed. You see how a peaceful redeclaration through government in exile is the game changer. You see that now the game changer kills this Article 7, Article 2 in bracket 7, that you don't have right to intervene, but through a peaceful declaration under the Montevideo Convention, Article 3, they have the right to discuss about it. No UN member will say, no, these people did not qualify to talk about them. They did not qualify, they're not a country. Because of what? The transition and the issue a peaceful redeclaration of what? A lost country. Number 2, the peace clause stripe away the label of terrorism. You see, that's the peaceful declaration removes us from terrorist organization. That's Nigeria tag IPOB organization. We as the indigenous people of Biafra, or we as the people of the citizens of the United States of Biafra, what removes us from this tag is US really declared, is how we are no longer a terrorist group. Existing state almost always label internal agitation movement like IPOB as a national security threat, insurgency, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. They will give you all kinds of names. That is why Nigeria give IPOB terrorist organization. And IPOB refuse to understand there is a criteria how you can remove yourself from this. That the only way is by transition government in exile structure. and now issue a peaceful redeclaration of this lost country is the only way we can achieve Biafra as a country. Now, as we proceed, you see how then they said, this is from where we give them power to talk to us because of what? The peaceful redeclaration of this our lost country is how we have give the international community the right to talk about Biafra as a country. I hope you are following. Now, based on that, the game changer, by formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, to put the word peaceful on the day of the redeclaration, the government in exile bind its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2, bracket 4 of the UN Charter. The prohibition of the threat of using force. Now, through our peaceful declaration, we are no longer using force to exit from Nigeria. We are no longer using force to by force Nigeria to allow us to go, but we are using peaceful atmosphere, peaceful diplomatic way for us to leave Nigeria, where we have give the world the power, the countries, the United Nations, the ICJ, the international community, the power to talk about Biafra as a country. Under this, remember that Article 2 in bracket 7 is prohibits use of force. Now, Article 2 in bracket 4 is the game changer. What is that game changer? A peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. What? A peaceful redeclaration of what? A lost country. Based on this criteria of the United Nations Charter. Now, listen. The legal right to talk on this Article 2, because of, in bracket 4, because of the peaceful declaration, because of what? The government in exile that issue a peaceful redeclaration. That is how we have given the world power to now talk about US redeclared. I want you to see, do you see the criteria? That from the after 1967, we have never come to this timeline. This way that Biafra will be a country, or this way that we give America, we give Israel, we give any country in the world, and the UN and the UN and the AU and the EU in Africa, all of them, they talk about us. We are not on that right track. We deviated, doing what we think we know, doing it in our own way. I also did it in our own way when I believe in the Biafra land, that, oh, one day I will be on the protest, that I want to be among men that is on the protest and organize Biafra as a country under IPOB with the protest. I never knew that I was making noise. That is, when you do over awareness, it's turned to noise making. When you do over protest, the awareness now turned to what? Noise making. The organization now turned to become a political pressure group of a non-state actor. Because of over long time process, everything has limits. Let's continue. Please, if you join us, hit the like button if you wish to do so. Now, the legal right to talk. How and under which session? Under the section 2 in bracket 4 of the United Nations Charter, where Mazakan went to submit a document of human rights abuse, and they tell him, if what you're looking for is Biafra as a country, go and be doing something. And they could not tell us what you need to do. The number 2 will be a Simon and understand what you and ask Mazakan to go and be doing. And number 2 will be a stand from that and take the movement on, and until he got arrested. And upon waiting in prison, and he said, go and tell that woman, the DPM, tell her that I said that she should protect the mandate. And today, she is protecting the mandate. The mandate is US declared. Take it or you leave it. So, let's continue. Let's continue. Foreign parliaments and diplomatic can openly host debates and they communicate with a peaceful civil government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or dissolution of international bodies. It changes the movement representing from rebel leading to professional diplomatic. I hope you are listening carefully. Do you see why US declared is the only way and the only how Biafra will be a country? I hope you can see it right now. I hope you understand it clearly. I hope you can understand where we are and why you have to support US be redeclared. You see that the Israel you are seeing today in their parliament talking about Biafra, allowing Sister Nwos to move and present all these things is because of the legal backup of US being declared. And you know, under the Israel will see our Monday at home as referendum vote. And who other for that is still remain under Simon Ekpanjoko, because IPOB cancelled sit at home till today and keep on fighting against it. Now we continue. Number 3, it creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. When a government in exile issue a redeclaration of a lost country, they said what? It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus, a country apparatus. Now, under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot organize a group that has no structure. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot organize a group that has no structure, like IPOB. Command and control is not a structure. Brigio Genki is not a structure. MASOB is not a structure. That's what the community are looking for. CRC, BGC, PUK, Omajan, Omundibo, none of them have a structure that international community look at the standard. So, what is the structure? An agitation movement has Protestants, but does not have a governing system. IPOB does not have a governing what system. The world are looking for what? A governing system under the Montevideo Convention. And out of all this, who have a government structure system is only US being declared. What is this government structures? They are those things that you see. What made of government structure is what? Foreign minister, minister of information, secretary, and all of them inside the government, minister of foreign affairs. These are governments, and the foreign affairs will be doing a job that the world will see that this is what a government structure. Now, the game changer, the game changer what? Government in exile step up and electorative, organize administrative framework, appointing officers, setting up registered, forming diplomatic ministers. Are you hearing it? This is what they have now on identify when they said government in exile structure as a government of his people. The body of government structure must be inclusive. Are you following? Now, the legal right to talk. They fulfill the government and the capacity to enter into a relations. Creating of a stakehold. Foreign countries now have a structured entity. They can actually sit down with the signed memorandum of understanding, negotiating treaties or aid, or discussing the legal status of historical treaties. This is how the international community look at the criteria. And I'm asking you, don't you see the USB as the only one that suits on this criteria? Remember, they said appointing officers, government in exile, that issue a peaceful declaration. I want to remind this question again. Anytime you go to the camp of the fallback and all of, ask them. You said that Biafra was declared 2nd of December. Who issued the declaration? Who gave order to lower Nigeria flag? Ask them these questions. Think and rethink. You see how the words are analyzing it. I said it after our peaceful declaration. No number 2 said that they need to select those that are going to work for youth government after our peaceful declaration for us to achieve international recognition. He said we need to select them, and they're all being selected. Ask yourself, are you still there? If you're no longer there, you do yourself bad. You do yourself more harm than good. Historical present, the Baltic states, where example of where this thing, the alternance has happened. Also in Africa, it happened in the case of Algeria, Namibia, Angola, Eritrea, and many of them, about 15 of them have counted for you in this platform also. So on that reason, I will play the audio again, then listen to the audio fully.
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force, the legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system. The game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structured entity they can actually sit down with to sign memorandums of understanding, negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states. This exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures as governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the
I hope you are listening. How these three states, you know how I do it here? I got you three from outside. I got you from Africa. Now, look at how these three countries that lost their country regain it back. And remember that whenever you issue this declaration through a government in exile, there is said that you remove the movement from the streets of tagging you rebel group, terrorist group, and insurgency, and you're no longer a threat. Without the declaration, this is where they put you. And it does not give those you are calling Netanyahu, Donald Trump, UN, and all of them to come to serve you. That the only way they will come to serve you is whenever you have done the needful by yourself. When you give them the right to talk about you, like when you are hosting an occasion, you give people invitation card. Those you give the invitation card has the right to come to the occasion and sit with you to discuss with you. The invitation of our declaration is the USB declared document that you sign your signature on it. That is how we gave the world the power to talk about Biafra as a country. That we have remove them from the roadblock of the Article 2 in bracket 7 of the United Nations by use of force. And they said, when the government in exile issue a redeclaration of a lost country, call it what? A peaceful one, that they have bypassed and removed all the international community from this roadblock, or to break the rules of the international law without a redeclaration through USB redeclared government in exile. There is no other government that fights for Biafra, whether you like it or not, because that thing you think is not the way. That is why we are wrong for 57 good years. That's where you think. What that thing you feel, you are too, I too know, and you are too smartness is why Biafra will remain on a wrong path for a whole 57 good years. And the world, that's what Batobi, now I really remember Batobi said that the road to achieve Biafra as a country is in the open. Tell the enemies to play you that. And what is the road that's in the open? Tell BGC, tell CRC, tell Kwone in France to play you where Batobi said that the road to achieve Biafra is in the open. None of them know that road, and look at the road here. Obi said, after a peaceful declaration, if you are waiting for me to knock, you can never see me dropping one plate of God. But if it takes me 20 years to delegitimize Nigeria, that I am going to do it. After he was arrested, you throw all those words. Because when he was running this speed, you never wanted it, because you think you have arrived to use Biafra to make the Biafran people, as usual, from the hands of IPOB and myself. That's what you think. That's how you feel. I want you to remove that envy. Remove that, oh, I have been here. Do you know when I took an oath of IPOB? Who does I owe to help? And is it how we can achieve Biafra as a country? This is the road every other one followed. And the first time we are flowing this road, we start flowing the road from the November 2024 is when, or let me say, we start flowing the road starting from the day Obatobi introduced government in exile to us as the Prime Minister of the people of Biafra. This is from that day we start getting it right. That is the day we have moved into what the world is asking Master Nanikan, go and be doing something. That is why the world is talking about Biafra. And what is about to come, you don't believe it. Man, I want to tell you, I know you got no equal already. Because all these atrocities of all of you will be judged by the USB Constitution. If others that lost their country, or those who declare it null in Africa, if all of them transition government in exile, what makes them to transition is why their case is peculiar in their own time. The same that made us today to transition government in exile, because South Africa never allowed Namibia to be on the ground and do their own thing. That is where we are today. As Nigeria did not allow us, did not go a safe landing for us to do and get Biafra as a country. That is why we have transitioned into a government in exile. The first time. After 57 years, after wasted 57 years, being on the wrong path. All you are seeing today is the danger in over long time agitation. That is why you are seeing all these groups and all these small organizations that show their face is repeating a history that Biafra Constitution we use to judge people.
Flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. So,
you see, from this 1990 to 1991, many countries grabbed recognition. All of them went into exile. Go and check the history. Go and check. From 1960 to 1991, how many governments in exile achieved recognition? Go and check. And that is when we have transitioned. And by the time of 1990 and 1991, by now, we could have not been here. We could have been in Biafra and doing our own thing, our own country. But we failed because of what? There is no transition. There is no government in exile. There is no issue, a redeclaration of our lost country. That is why the things that we are seeing today is happening like every other country in the past. There is no peculiar case, except you make your case peculiar. The Christian country we lost must be declared, and it has been understood. Tell the enemies to play you that Obi said without generating this document of a redeclaration that all that we are doing is a noise making. Can you tell them to do that for us? Can you? Tell any of them to play you. We Obi told us that until we issue this redeclaration and have document that minus that document, that's all that you is doing today against you redeclared, you are making noise. And you prove that you are enemy of the people, that you never want Biafra to be a country. That is my question. Ask you, Biafrans, do you want Biafra as a nation? Listening to the game changer, or USB under Article 2 in brackets 7 of UN Charter. Also in bracket 2 under Article in bracket 4 of the UN Charter on the Montevideo Convention 1933, Article 3. These are many of them. And that is only way to be on a right track. Remember, on a right track is that human being who is on a legal right. It's not a man who think that this law, I will be the one to change the law. This law, I will be the one to implement the law. I hope you are following.
Government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country.
I hope in your mindset, hurting USB is the worst that you have done to yourself. Being under automobile mechanic government in exile, around the layers is a wrong way for you. Like all these years, like 57 years, we are on a wrong track. The transition government in exile with a peaceful declaration is a game changer. The transition into a government in exile with peaceful redeclaration is a game changer because it lifts the issue out of the host country, domestic courts, and the peaceful place it onto international stage. Let me go back again. The transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer because it left the issue out of a host country domestic court and peacefully passes into the international stage. US be redeclared. US be declared is the game changer. Why did I say so? Because they said here, the transition into government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer, not IPOB, new leadership, not IPOB organization. It's not a game changer. The game changer is that you must transition into a government in exile with what? With the mindset of issue a peaceful redeclaration. And once you have the document, the game has changed. That is how you achieve your nation, like Lutreno, Botier, and all these countries, including Algeria, Namibia, Angola, Eritrea, etc., and all of them in Africa, including South Africa, they all transitioned. And that is the only way you give the world the right to talk about you. I told you, it's not about what I feel. It's not about how I think. It's not about what I know. Biafra'S, the link is there in case you want to join the program. Please, you can also join. I see you, Dangote. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. When the world is telling you the game changer, and the game changer is what you are calling USB recharge card, USB Nigeria, you on your own. That is how you do like a black man. But when it comes to those that observe us, when you are writing an exam, your school invites supervisors from other areas to monitor your exam, how you are writing. Is it not true? Our redeclaration is how we invite the world powers to monitor what we are doing and how we are applying it. Do we have a social government, a full social of a government, and the criteria? And that is what it's all about. Yes, yes, yes. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the actually legal power, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about you, about Biafra as a country. That is why what is going on in Israel is going on today, because they have a backup way to do that. Remember that Israel waited until we issue a peaceful declaration before they will say that sit at home is a referendum. Did they say it before our declaration? The answer is no. Our sister also is not been going there. She has been going. But the only time that Israel opened their mouth to say that the referendum is that our sit at home, Monday sit at home, is a referendum proving that what we want is Biafra as a nation. I hope you are following. I hope you are following to this. The game changer. US declared is what? Via government in exile, issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. They say that that word peaceful is what, and the declaration is what gives the international community rights to discuss about us, to discuss about they are doing to Biafran people, that's also going to bring back the war crime Nigeria committed against the Biafran people. How they use hunger starvation to buy our people is against the rules of the international community in a wartime. And the institutional structure they need to justify, talking about validating and ultimately recognizes the sovereignty of the lost country. This is how they are going to organize us. It's not by protest. It's not by the organization. It is by only one thing: the transition from government in exile to issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country is the only way out. There is no two way about this.
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status.
Listen.
It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force. The legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system. The game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structure.
Do you also hear that a protest organizational group lack this structure? That a protest group lack the structure that we made it to become a country. That is only government in exile. And this government in exile, the selection is the only one that issue a peaceful redeclaration of the lost country. Without declaration or redeclaration of a lost country, you are not near to the road. So all this all these gangsters belongs to the criteria of the international community that you are calling to help you. Those you are calling is telling you, look at what you need to do so we can come to you. Or you will call us and we will answer you. And you refuse to listen. What happened? You refuse to listen to how now it is. I am making it up for you to know what they want us to do, that they had from us for over 57 years. And the only man who understands is Simon. You in IPOB was against him. When many of you said, Simon, if I said you are not doing it well, I am a madman, but stop. The same thing today, you are need to go to Biafra'S. And you the cabinet members. The transition, the movement, speedily movement, autopilot movement, auto gear. And you are against it. You see this truth I am telling you that you undermining today from this page. The time will come when you will cry Hadaino. And I am here to remove from Hadaino. But so far you have already said that's my name. I want to cry Hadaino. Wait, you will see it. If you claim you want Biafra and you are not on the USB redeclared side, you are not supporting USB declared, you are doing yourself more harm than good. You are the one using your hand to dig your grave. And I am only here telling you to stop. Do you see how it works? That those that you are calling, if you are in BGC, you are looking for international community, you're not sending document to them. If you are in CRC, you are looking for international community. If you are in IPOB, you are looking for the international community. And the international community, the all international community is giving you what you will do for you to have Biafra. That's what I'm giving you. Despite the small voice from mine, despite the little time I'm giving you, and despite that, you underrate me, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the message I'm giving it out. And if you must listen to the message, you remove, I have been in IPOB for 2. You are not IPOB more than me. I took oath far back, 2014. What are you saying? When the bank listed IPOB, 2012. Who do you think that you senior more than in IPOB? It's only that we have a different mindset. You see Biafra as what? As a business tycoon that you can use to enrich yourself. Why all we want is one Biafra as a country. And you know that Biafra as a country, you will not talk. But under IPOB, you will talk. People will listen. You see the reason why, you see the difference in us and what we are doing. The mindset. Do you listen to what the world call game changer and they give you their own articles of? That's why I said, now we are on a right track. Let us see how they will deny us again. That is when I will say our case is peculiar, that the world hate us. It's when we find out that all the entire world hate us. But if a country could be able to recognize Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu in 1967 to 1970, that simply means that our case is not peculiar. People will see grant recognition back again. Now, when you look at that, all these areas I mentioned right now, then you will understand why being on doing the right thing is always taking time.
Entity they can actually sit down with to sign memorandums of understanding, negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states, this exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures of governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the legal flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. Summary: the transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country.
The only government in exile is the only way that the world grants recognition. And the only government in exile that leads to this recognition is the one that issue a peaceful redeclaration of the lost country. Without this one that issue a peaceful redeclaration, there is no other government in exile that will attract the attention of the world. Whatever you are doing against US redeclared, you are just making noise. And in the terms of recognition, the world are not looking at this your noise. They focus on this criteria. Check if you have a full structured government in exile of a country, and also trying to check how you are the legitimate government of the people and what you are doing for your people and how the people listen to you. I look at all of you today. US declared it has millions of Biafrans who followed US declared. As I am on this page, go to every prayer that was against US, you will see 5, 10, 20, that is highest. That is how it goes. After the money wrong. As they said what? Na after the money wrong. It's not about you. It is about those that will buy the market that you want to send to market. And when you prepare the market very well, people will buy it. So USB has prepared it very well. USB has prepared it very well. Through what? A government in exile. And because of we follow the criteria this time around, we have never been on this criteria for the first time. And now we're on this right track. You can see that the world has started talking everywhere about Biafra and what we are passing through. I want you to zero your mind. I am IPOB. I am Oteka. I am this. I am that. No. No. It never happened before. Now, like I said, I have played the audio voice of 3 in the world, in Europe. Let's go down to Africa and listen what happened in Africa also. So you can see that if people can bypass through this way and achieve it, if Eritrea can succeed out of Ethiopia, we can do it out of Nigeria. Take it or you leave it.
The history of Africa contains powerful examples where the exact same legal and diplomatic mechanisms used by the Baltic states, historical continuity, governments in exile, and the restoration of an interrupted sovereignty, were used to challenge colonial mergers and rewrite national borders. When an African movement transitions into a government structure and argues that its original sovereignty never died, it changes how the international community is legally allowed to view them. The historical and contemporary cases of 5 African territories that relied on these specific principles to seek international recognition or restoration include: 1. Eritrea, the restoration of an unlawfully dissolved state. Eritrea's path to independence is the closest modern African parallel to the Baltic states' model of restored sovereignty. The historical baseline: following World War II, the United Nations established Eritrea as an autonomous, self-governing territory federated under the Ethiopian crown. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and flag. The interruption: in 1962, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie unilaterally dissolved the Eritrean parliament, abolished its constitution, and forcefully annexed the territory as a mere province. The legal mechanism: for 30 years, Eritrean liberation movements operated administrative, educational, and medical systems in liberated zones and abroad. They argued that their statehood was not a new secession, but the restoration of a pre-existing international status that had been illegally dismantled. Because they framed their final step as a formal, peaceful, UN-supervised referendum in 1993, the international community immediately granted recognition based on the rectification of that historical injustice. 2. Somaliland, the interrupted sovereignty of a 1960 state. Somaliland represents the most structurally complete example of an unrecognized African territory basing its entire case on historical treaty law and continuity. The historical baseline: on June 26, 1960, the state of Somaliland gained full independence from the British Empire. It was a globally recognized sovereign nation for 5 days, receiving congratulatory telegrams from the United States and the United Nations. The interruption: on July 1, 1960, Somaliland voluntarily entered an administrative merger with the newly independent Trust Territory of Somalia, former Italian Somalia, to form the Somali Republic. However, the formal act of union was never legally ratified by both parliaments. Following a brutal civil war and the collapse of the central government in Mogadishu, Somaliland leaders withdrew from the union. The legal mechanism: in 1991, Somaliland issued a formal declaration of independence. Crucially, they do not apply for recognition as a, quote, new breakaway country. Their diplomats argue that they are simply restoring the sovereign borders they held as an independent state in June 1960. This specific legal framework allows foreign nations to debate partnering with them without violating the African Union's strict rules against altering post-colonial borders. 3. Western Sahara/SADR, the government in exile as a sovereign equal. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, demonstrates how a government in exile can achieve immense international status even while its physical land is occupied. The historical baseline: originally a Spanish colony, the territory was promised a UN-supervised self-determination referendum. Instead, in 1975, Morocco and Mauritania marched in and occupied the land. The transition to government in exile: rather than remaining just a liberation front, the Polisario Front, the movement formally declared the establishment of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in 1976, setting up a highly organized administrative government in exile based in refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. The legal game changer: because they built a complete alternative state structure, with a president, ministries of education, and diplomatic corps, they achieved what no standard rebel movement could: full diplomatic recognition from over 80 countries and official permanent membership in the African Union, AU, as a sovereign state in exile. 4. Cabinda, the case of the broken 1885 treaty. The enclave of Cabinda uses a legal argument that mirrors the violation of the 1884 Oil Rivers Treaties. The historical baseline: in February 1885, the Kingdom of Portugal signed the Treaty of Simalambuco with the princes and chiefs of Cabinda. This treaty explicitly established Cabinda as a distinct, independent Portuguese protectorate, promising that Portugal would preserve the integrity of the territory. The interruption: in 1975, when Portugal abruptly pulled out of Africa, it ignored the 1885 treaty. Instead of letting Cabinda determine its own future, Portugal administratively handed the territory over to Angola, which invaded and absorbed it as a province due to its massive offshore oil reserves. The legal mechanism: the Front for the Liberation of the Enclave of Cabinda, FLEC, transitioned into a provisional government in exile. Their international legal teams used the 1885 Treaty of Simalambuco to argue before international courts that Cabinda was never legally a part of Angola. They used the government in exile structure to issue declarations asserting that their status as a protected state remains alive under international treaty law. 5. Ambazonia/Southern Cameroons, the incomplete decolonization. The ongoing conflict in the English-speaking region of Cameroon centers entirely on an administrative transition that went legally unfulfilled. The historical baseline: following World War II, the territory was a British United Nations Trust territory called the Southern Cameroons, completely separate from French Cameroon. The interruption: in 1961, the UN held a plebiscite, forcing the population to choose between joining Nigeria or joining the French-speaking Republic of Cameroon in a federation. They chose a federation. However, in 1972, the French-speaking president unilaterally abolished the federal structure, altered the constitution, and changed the country's name back to the Republic of Cameroon, effectively absorbing the English-speaking territory. The legal mechanism: decades of peaceful protests and legal petitions by Southern Cameroon's lawyers yielded no results. Consequently, leadership groups formed the Ambazonia Governing Council and provisional structures abroad. They argue that because the original UN-mandated federal treaties were violated and dismantled by the central government, the territory has the legal right to restore its original independent boundaries as they existed under British Trust administration. The central lesson of these 5 cases: just like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, these African examples show that when a movement stops operating as a loose protest group and organizes into a formal government in exile or provisional authority, it fundamentally alters the international legal landscape. It takes the dispute away from a simple domestic riot and forces global bodies, courts, and foreign ministries to pull out historical archives, old maps, and forgotten colonial treaties to answer a much deeper question. Was this sovereignty ever legally dissolved, or is it merely waiting to be restored?
Now, I have played you, remember the beginning of the program, that the question or our headline is, Biafrans, do you want Biafra as a nation? Listen to the game changer, USB, under Article 2 in bracket 7, UN Charter. Do you want Biafra as a country? It's just the question. If we want Biafra as a country, we must follow the road how every other one followed and achieved their country. And how every other one followed to achieve their country is the road that USB is following today. The game changer in this movement is only 2 criteria. What are those 2 criteria? Number 1 of it is what? The transition. Sorry, it is 3. 1 is transition. 2 is forming government transition into form government in exile. Number 3 is what? The declaration or redeclaration of a lost country. This is how other countries, this is what happened in this world. If you know how many countries from the 1960s that achieved the recognition through government in exile, if we, the Biafran people, after we have lost the war in 1960 to 1970, if we followed every other country to transition government in exile between 1990 to 1991, among 100 and something countries that achieved recognition, we as people of Biafra could have used this avenue or this opportunity to achieve our own country. But because of we failed, that is why the world told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, go and be doing something. And how can we do something? The only way to do something is by what USB is doing today, or what we have done already. That is number 1 of it is what? The transition. Number 2 is what? Forming government in exile. Number 3 is a peaceful redeclaration of this lost country. This is how we, the people of Biafra, has gotten on a right track. 57 years of being on a wrong path. 57 years that we have been on a wrong path. We only start getting it right from the day Simon Ekpa Njoku introduced a government in exile. And the government in exile accomplished their job by issuing official, a peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. This is how we have gotten it right. And there is no other way. And there is nothing in this world again that will stop us, because the how over 100 and something country achieved recognition is what we have done. This is what we failed to do for over 57 years. We failed to do this for over 57 years. And now that we have gotten it on a right track, that we are no longer on a wrong track. The things that we are seeing today is what every other country in this world passes through. And those things never stop them from achieving recognition. I said what? Those things did not stop them from achieving recognition. So for all this noise from One Nigeria list, from everything that we are seeing today, was meant to happen for us to achieve our country. I said what? For us to do what? Achieve our own country. These are things that will make us to be strong. These are things that the world want to see. You cannot be in peace with everybody. And every country that achieved their own never be in peace with all their citizens and every indigenous person. I said what? Those that have achieved their own through this means, or all the people that have achieved their own, they are not in good terms with everybody. That is where we are through US declared. So the game changer is from that day that we have transitioned government in exile, and we issue a peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. And from that day that we make sure that US declared is the only way that we are going to achieve our nation. This is what the world is waiting for us to do. And now we have done it. I said what? I said now we have been on that track that the world was waiting for us over all these years. Now that we're on that right track, do you think that it's going to be easy? It's never going to be easy for us. We will pass up and down. We will pass obstacles. We will fall, we will rise, we will move. That is it. There will be some mistake, but we are going to correct the mistake when we stay the course for us to achieve our recognition. There is no way out. The only one way is what we are doing now, proving to the world that we are ready to achieve our country. That now is the only time that we have gotten it right. Over all these years, we have never gotten it right. Simon Eba Njoko put us on the right track to have Biafra as a nation. He is the only one who put us on the track for us to achieve Biafra as a nation. That is why at this stage that we are into, if you are still doubting US will declared, you are digging your grave. You are not confused. You know what we are doing. But let me tell you, why we cannot be together achieve Biafra is that Biafra constitution, if we together, how can the law about saboteur be implemented? So everything will happen. Everything we follow, everything we suit into what we are doing. Because of what? Because that these are the things that make it to go in a big way for you to choose between wrong and right. And the only right we have at this stage is only the right to remain with the side of US being declared as the only country we have, or as the only government we have. That is why I am here to let you know that this is the only time we have gotten it right. Before I will start analyzing the second section of this program today, I am going to go back to the section 1. So listen how the United Nations on their own, those that you are calling, you know that you are sending document to UN. You know that you are sending document to ICJ. All of them has law. How could you people give you their law, how to follow us, and we will answer you? You refuse to follow that law, and you think that they will answer you. Countries has criteria for them to organize a fellow country. And if you are here today, you are against USB, and you are not following this track from the world, and you're not following their constitution, and you're not following the right they have put out for us, and how do you think that they will come? How do you think that you're going to answer us? The only way to answer us is what we, the people of Biafra, has proven today. How do we prove it? By issue a peaceful redeclaration in Helsinki, Finland, proving that our territory is under siege, that our territory is under oppressor, that the sovereignty remains in exile until we achieve official recognition to go back to take over our territory, like all the many countries in Africa. We are not the first. Our case is not any peculiar. It's only peculiar because of the way we reason, the way we think. When I was in protest, it's peculiar to me. So let we all understand that the only way out for us to have our nation is by supporting US being declared as the game changer to Biafra to become a nation. Listen as I play this audio once again before we come into the second session. Listen to the first session of the program. I remind you something. Any organization...
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force, the legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system.
Are you hearing that word clearly? Under this UN charter, they said you cannot organize a group with a protest structure, that they lack a structure of a government that the UN is looking for. Now, under IPOB, or all these noisemakers in the atmosphere, do you see that all of them lack what it takes to get Biafra as a country? Now, when we talk about the game changer only words is that government that issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. And who are those that issue this peaceful redeclaration? Is only US be redeclared is the only one. When you listen to all this that has happened in this and how every country and United Nations Charter, I'm asking you this question. You believe in Briggy. Why are you sending documents to the United Nations? Why you claim that you are snapping picture in Washington, D.C.? The criteria of all these organizations and all these world powers that they give us the criteria, have you met one of those criteria? If you are claiming you support Ogenkere and hey, you believe that Biafra is no longer declared 29, that is it's on 2nd of December, I ask you, who issued that declaration? I ask you again, who give order to lower Nigeria flag in Finland? You know what that means? You know what it means that you lower flag of a country? You know what it means? You don't know. You don't know. You don't know how they see it. But what gives the right? The right is what? Under the international law about particular a government in exile that issue a peaceful declaration is what gives the right. That is when you will find in Article 2 in bracket 4 of the UN Charter. That is to pick up our right. When you go to also to Montevideo Convention of Article 1933, Article 3 in bracket 7, you find the right of what we are doing. There is many thousands laws that back us up, where no one back a protest group up. No one back a protest group up in all this international law. The only one that has a backup is what? The game changer. The game changer is being specific in 3 ways. 1, the word called transition. Number, government in exile. Number 4, a peaceful declaration. Sorry, number 3. This is 3 ways, that 3 category of how you know that this is what the UN is looking for. And they said, go and be doing something. Obato also told us that without this a peaceful declaration document, that everything that we are doing, we are just making noise atmosphere. Why that these enemies are not even bringing out these particular videos to their go level? And you want to vote? Master Kano told us, I don't want to go to war with Nigerian government. I prefer to use truth to destroy Nigeria. The truth is document. Whatever the world finds that document is what they see as what? As the truth. This is how the world look at everything that we are doing. And those that we are calling is have constitution, they have their law, they have their criteria. They told us how we can achieve Biafra as a country. Why are we not obeying those laws from them? Because of you hate someone, because of your greediness, because of the envy in your heart, because of the jealousness in your heart, because of, do you know who I am? Do you know when I join IPOB? Who is Ngozi Arabueze? Who is Simon? That's what he was asking when Abatobia was here with us. The only time you know that those leaders are doing it right when they was in prison. But when they are here with us, you condemn them. That's your apology. Is nonsense to me. If you are against that, oh, Obatobia was doing it right, and today you are against our DPM, you also never in your life have the conscience to do the right thing. You are still on the wrong part of it. Your apology is not accepted. You can't claim you love Mazen Nandekan. Oh, I now remember that he said that we should follow Simon Eber. And along the line, you following him, you that time, now that he's not here, he becomes a saint to you. And when Abato Obi said, Ngozi you are the sort of the mandate, and you cannot listen to that one. And you are against Ngozi you never love Simon Ekpa, you don't love Nnamdi Kanu. It's a race that when you run, you get tired, you leave, another person will take over. None of them is tired, but because of that, because of what we are passing through today, because what is happening to us, that is why they are not here. And why they are, when they are not here, they give us people that we should follow. Are you following them? Is the question. I said, are you following those they ask you to follow? When DOS refused to allow Simon Ekpa, you followed him because one, you find he's doing the right thing. The same way I have the text that Ngozi Obieze and the declaration is the only game changer, how Biafra will become a nation.
Game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structured entity they can actually sit down with to sign memorandums of understanding, negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states. This exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures as governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the legal flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. Summary: the transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer, because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country.
I hope you heard how they are putting everything for us. Now, since over all these years, are we in this? Are we in this way that Biafra will achieve recognition? The answer is no. That is why I said for over 57 years that we are on a wrong track. That the only time that we have come to the right track is after US really declared. That is the only time that we, as the people of Biafra, we have come on a right track. Let's go to section 2, finally. Please, if you join us, I want you to hit the like button if you wish to do that. Now, we have had about 3 countries in Europe, how this government in exile, how the transition into government in exile and issue a peaceful declaration is the game changer. Now let us see in Africa.
The history of Africa contains powerful examples where the exact same legal and diplomatic mechanisms used by the Baltic states, historical continuity, governments in exile, and the restoration of an interrupted sovereignty, were used to challenge colonial mergers and rewrite national borders. When an African movement transitions into a government structure and argues that its original sovereignty never died, it changes how the international community is legally allowed to view them. The historical and contemporary cases of 5 African territories that relied on these specific principles to seek international recognition or restoration include: 1. Eritrea, the restoration of an unlawfully dissolved state. Eritrea's path to independence is the closest modern African parallel to the Baltic states' model of restored sovereignty. The historical baseline: following World War II, the United Nations established Eritrea as an autonomous, self-governing territory federated under the Ethiopian crown. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and flag. The interruption: in 1962, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie unilaterally dissolved the Eritrean parliament, abolished its constitution, and forcefully annexed the territory as a mere province. The legal mechanism: for 30 years, Eritrean liberation movements operated administrative, educational, and medical systems in liberated zones and abroad. They argued that their statehood was not a new secession, but the restoration of a pre-existing international status that had been illegally dismantled. Because they framed their final step as a formal, peaceful, UN-supervised referendum in 1993, the international community immediately granted recognition based on the rectification of that historical injustice. 2. Somaliland, the interrupted sovereignty of a 1960 state. Somaliland represents the most structurally complete example of an unrecognized African territory basing its entire case on historical treaty law and continuity. The historical baseline. On June 26, 1960, the state of Somaliland gained full independence from the British Empire. It was a globally recognized sovereign nation for 5 days, receiving congratulatory telegrams from the United States and the United Nations. The interruption. On July 1, 1960, Somaliland voluntarily entered an administrative merger with the newly independent Trust Territory of Somalia, former Italian Somalia, to form the Somali Republic. However, the formal act of union was never legally ratified by both parliaments. Following a brutal civil war and the collapse of the central government in Mogadishu, Somaliland leaders withdrew from the union. The legal mechanism. In 1991, Somaliland issued a formal declaration of independence. Crucially, they do not apply for recognition as a, quote, new breakaway country. Their diplomats argue that they are simply restoring the sovereign borders they held as an independent state in June 1960. This specific legal framework allows foreign nations to debate partnering with them without violating the African Union's strict rules against altering post-colonial borders. 3. Western Sahara/SADR, the government in exile as a sovereign equal. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, demonstrates how a government in exile can achieve immense international status even while its physical land is occupied. The historical baseline. Originally a Spanish colony, the territory was promised a UN-supervised self-determination referendum. Instead, in 1975, Morocco and Mauritania marched in and occupied the land. The transition to government in exile, rather than remaining just a liberation front, the Polisario Front, the movement formally declared the establishment of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in 1976, setting up a highly organized administrative government in exile based in refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. The legal game changer. Because they built a complete alternative state structure, with a president, ministries of education, and diplomatic corps, they achieved what no standard rebel movement could: full diplomatic recognition from over 80 countries and official permanent membership in the African Union, AU, as a sovereign state in exile. 4. Cabinda. The case of the broken 1885 treaty. The enclave of Cabinda uses a legal argument that mirrors the violation of the 1884 Oil Rivers Treaties. The historical baseline. In February 1885, the Kingdom of Portugal signed the Treaty of Simalambuco with the princes and chiefs of Cabinda. This treaty explicitly established Cabinda as a distinct, independent Portuguese protectorate, promising that Portugal would preserve the integrity of the territory. The interruption. In 1975, when Portugal abruptly pulled out of Africa, it ignored the 1885 treaty. Instead of letting Cabinda determine its own future, Portugal administratively handed the territory over to Angola, which invaded and absorbed it as a province due to its massive offshore oil reserves. The legal mechanism. The Front for the Liberation of the Enclave of Cabinda, FLEC, transitioned into a provisional government in exile. Their international legal teams used the 1885 Treaty of Simalambuco to argue before international courts that Cabinda was never legally a part of Angola. They used the government in exile structure to issue declarations asserting that their status as a protected state remains alive under international treaty law. 5. Ambazonia/Southern Cameroons, the incomplete decolonization. The ongoing conflict in the English-speaking region of Cameroon centered entirely on an administrative transition that went legally unfulfilled. The historical baseline. Following World War II, the territory was a British United Nations Trust Territory called the Southern Cameroons, completely separate from French Cameroon. The interruption. In 1961, the UN held a plebiscite, forcing the population to choose between joining Nigeria or joining the French-speaking Republic of Cameroon in a federation. They chose a federation. However, in 1972, the French-speaking president unilaterally abolished the federal structure, altered the constitution, and changed the country's name back to the Republic of Cameroon, effectively absorbing the English-speaking territory. The legal mechanism. Decades of peaceful protests and legal petitions by Southern Cameroon's lawyers yielded no results. Consequently, leadership groups formed the Ambazonia Governing Council and provisional structures abroad. They argue that because the original UN-mandated federal treaties were violated and dismantled by the central government, the territory has the legal right to restore its original independent boundaries as they existed under British Trust administration. The central lesson of these 5 cases, just like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, These African examples show that when a movement stops operating as a loose protest group and organizes into a formal government in exile or provisional authority, it fundamentally alters the international legal landscape. It takes the dispute away from a simple domestic riot and forces global bodies, courts, and foreign ministries to pull out historical archives, old maps, and forgotten colonial treaties to answer a much deeper question. Was this sovereignty ever legally dissolved, or is it merely waiting to be restored?
You see, I ask you this question. If 5 countries in Africa that lost their country between their fellow African country can transition to government in exile, and today they have their country, we, now that we have transitioned, don't you believe 100% that now is the time that we have repeated the history of Somalia, Somaliland, of transitional government in exile for them to be able to achieve their country? Don't you think that we can achieve our own? The game changer. Remember how is 4-3 criteria of game changer. One of them is what? The word transition. Number 2 is what? Government in exile. Number 3 is issue a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. Without this redeclare of a lost country, you go nowhere. And on that mandate is how you have changed the movement. That's why they call it what? The game changer. If all these people use this adopted of the game changer for them to become a country today, don't you think that we, as all of Biafra, that is only right time is now that we have adopted the same rule that we have replicated the history of by issuing official redeclaration of our lost country? Can you understand this clearly? That now that we have issued officially, we have issued officially a redeclaration of our lost country. Now that we have done what other people has done in the past and they achieved their own, don't you think, don't you believe fully with US declared and this movement that we're into right now that we are going to make it how every other people made it? Those who travel to abroad, how do they made it? They present document, embassy look at it and grant them recognition of coming to their country. Don't you understand it? If you did not transition to give your ID card, your passport, your documents, and everything to embassy or to agent, are you going to travel? Are you going to be, somebody will call you, hey, come and travel. Are you going to be, when you go to embassy, say, I want to travel, child. I want to travel. I want to travel. When you're not talking, I want to travel, can I going to call you and say, okay, come to our country? Use your brain so you can understand what USB stand for and why the game changer is the last game changer. The end point is USB declared. The end point again is what? Recognition. USB declared. The end is the end point of all Protestants. Every group has died and collapsed into USB declared as a country. Are you organization? The answer is no. I am a citizen of United State of what? Biafra. That is a country. I am the citizen. It is obviously to understand why we are here at this time. And I am telling you with all this, that all these countries have betrayers and saboteurs. How? But the question you may ask is this: can all these saboteurs and betrayers stop recognition? The answer is it can never stop recognition. It can never stop recognition. Because the world believe in the document. They believe in the truth. Those are the truth. All the truth about US has evidence. All the truth about USB declared has a purely what? Evidence of it. Based on that evidence, that is why we are here today. The game changer. The game changer. I want you to, anywhere you comment today, start commenting USB game changer. United States of Biafra declared is game changer, how we can become a country. United State of Biafra redeclared is the game changer. How Biafra will be a country. There is no other way. By protest, by noise making, by individual, it goes nowhere. That is why I'm telling you from today that we must stand strong on the side of our redeclared. Protect the mandate by coming to fundraising, giving all you can. Let's continue. The history of African counterpart, powerful African countries, powerful example where the same legal and diplomatic mechanism used by the Baltic states and the historical continuity, government in exile, and the restoration of the interrupt sovereignty. They call it what? Interrupt sovereignty. We used to challenge colonial, megal, and the rewrite national borders. To do what? To rewrite the national borders. And the true words, remember the word. I want you to always keep eyes or keep your mindset on this word. Government in exile. A transition into a government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration is the game changer. When African movement transition into government structure, when African government transition into government in exile structure, and they argue that its original sovereignty never died, that its original sovereignty never died. The only way we are proving to the world that the sovereignty of Biafra, never died, is from that day we transition to government in exile and the issue of official redeclaration of our lost country. As they said here, what? When an African movement transition into government in exile structure and argue that its original story never died, it changes how the international community is legally allowed to view them. Now, nobody can view USB again as a new country because we always present that this is the continuity of our lost country. It simply means that Biafra has never died. Biafra has never died. It's not by protest. It's not by agitation. It's not by organization. It's not by 1 million men march. No, it is by only the way that you must transition into a government in exile. You must issue a redeclaration of this lost country now that we are back to take it back. This is the only way you can achieve Biafra. And this is how the world is looking at us. They say community is legally allowing to view them as world, as a country that was being forced out or that was being pressurized by the enemies and they take over their territory. The history and the counterpart cases of five African territory that relied on this specific principle to seek international recognition or restoration include: 1. Eritrea, the restoration of an unlawful dissolution state. The case of Eritrea. This Eritrea, where is it? Eritrea is part of Eritrea. Part of independence is the closest modern African pillar of the Baltic state modern of restoring sovereignty. Now, they compare the Eritrea, the way they move, as the way that a country called Baltic state achieve their country. By what? By the transition government in exile and the issue of future redeclaration of their lost country. Now, when you look at this, how they restore their sovereignty, let's continue. I know where they're coming from. The historical basic line following Second World War, the United Nations established Eritrea as an autonomous self-governing territory, despite under the Ethiopia crown. Under what? Where are they going to recognition? From Ethiopia. Now, this is not the era of colonial master, but it is a country versus country, Ethiopia and Eritrea. So let's find out what happened. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and flag. You like that? You today USB has flag. We have our constitution and everything needed to for us to be a country. These are the things that God is going to monitor, check us on. How are we handling these affairs? How are we doing all these things? And the Eritrea prove it. They have what? Parliament, constitution, and flag, proving that they are what? That they are a country. So when you look at all these things that is happening in this 21st century and everything that we are passing through, that is when you understand when you look at everything that we are telling you, is we tell you something, we give you an example where it happens. And look at the comparison. Today, if you ask which criteria of a country that lost or that went in exile, that USB is replicant today, we are replicant the history of Algeria from Africa, also this Eritrea also, because it's by issuing a peaceful declaration. How do you look at it that the UN Charter said that the game changer on article changes, the game changer is what? To change article 2 in bracket 7. Now, to use article 2 in bracket 4 under what? Under a peaceful declaration, to changes that particular one that said use of force is prohibited. Now, through a peaceful declaration, you have changed the narrative. You have become, this is why they made it open. They said that transition, government in exile, issue a peaceful declaration, a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country is the only game changer. And I now ask you, this game changer talk about, and you must prove a full structure of a government. They mention that you must prove a chief of staff, prime minister, or president. You must present foreign minister of affairs and everything that made up of a government structure. USB today, the deputy prime minister is not the secretary, is not the treasurer of Biafran people. Those everyone has in their positions, proving a working or effective government in exile. So when you sit down, we calculate everything that we are doing at this stage. That is when you understand where we are. It's not by gra-gra. Those that we are calling, those country has constitution. Those country has law. And it's only country grand recognition. The recognition is not coming by Washington, D.C., where the organ carriers, the automobile movement in exile is spreading themselves. That way is not the way. Washington, D.C. has never had grand recognition to any country in the world. And no country has recognition because of Washington, D.C., but rather people bypass it. I give you 15 countries in Africa that bypassed going to Washington, D.C. Today, they are showing recognition their own countries. All of them today are country on their own. They are doing their thing. It's not by how we feel. These people that we are calling, if we are calling Israel to come, have you met standard criteria that will make Israel to come? And the country said, or the law said, we don't want to give a recognition to a country that tomorrow they will lose their territory again and they become talk of the state. Like US, like the Republic of Biafra in 1970. You know, when we lost that war and we handed over to Nigeria, those countries, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, recognized Biafra there. All of them see us that we are not serious. So they will monitor us this time around to see how serious we are. They will monitor us to see what? To see how serious we are. There are no joints to come, grant recognition like that. No. That is why when we tell you that the only way is for you to embrace USB declared, the only thing we do is to be ranting and shouting. That is why I want you to know that the time we are into is not the time. If you like, you can rant, you can shout, you can do whatever you want. But the question is, who has the registration document? I want to ask the automobile mechanic government in exile, who is the one that issued a declaration of Biafra as a country. This particular declaration, who issued it and who give order to lower Nigeria flag? Ask them these two questions. Ask Page the criminal, the old wind, the old fool. Ask Elias, he was in Finland. And we are following them. Let's continue. The historical baseline following the Second World War as a autonomous, self-governing territory frustrated under the Ethiopia crown. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and their flag, but they suffered in the hands of Ethiopia. Like all of Biafra, we had our own currency, we had our own word, our own flag, we have everything. But what happened? We lost the war and we are no longer a country. When Eritrea find themselves in this way, what do? They transition into a government in exile to prove that what we are looking for is our lost country, and they issue a declaration of their lost country. The interruption in 1962, Ethiopia empower Haile Selassie dissolved the Eritrea parliament. Listen, they dissolved it, abolished its constitution, and forcefully announced the territory as moving into Eritrea as one country. It's by force, like the way Nigeria is forcing us to stay, the way they force Ojukwu. The legal mechanism for 30 years, Eritrea liberation movement operates administratively, educational, and the medical system in liberated zone and abroad. Are you hearing it? They have the structure to do what? To liberate their people. They have school. They have administrative government. They have their school to educate their people what they want and why they needed Eritrea as a country out of Ethiopia for 30 good years in exile. And in this one I will just redeclare. Now, our exile movement started from 2024. Or let's call it started from the 2022, when Obato we finally transitioned that what we want is to have women in exile. Let's call it from that time. Is when we started. And this one takes 30 good years. The USB that we adopted to use, did we at all start earlier to transition? The answer is no. So when you look at all these countries and how they process, you see that the road we are right now is how all of them achieve their country. The road that we are passing right now is how all of them achieve their country. They argue that the stakehold was not a new section. I listened to that. But the restoration of a existing international status, you see how it's been used. Now, when they did their own, listen to this, has been legally been demolished because they framed their final step as a former peaceful UN survivor referendum in 1993. The international community immediately grant recognition based on the ratification of the historical injustice that meted on them. The same that USB is proving today. The same method that USB is using today. You see how they got their country. You see how they got recognition. You see that in their first war transition to government in exile, they issue a redeclaration of their lost country. You see this particular redeclaration is very important. You see this redeclaration, you see this particular thing. Without that, you can never become a country. That is what was waiting for you. And you cannot be under organization. They said you must transition to government in exile. And that is the authority they have to come and talk about you. 2, Somaliland. The Somaliland sovereignty, the interrupted sovereignty, Somaliland, the interrupted sovereignty of 1960 states. In 1960, they did what? They interrupt what? Somaliland to have their own nation. They want to come back. But what happened? Let's continue. Somaliland represents the most trustfully complete example of an unorganized African territory begins begging into a territory case on historical treaty law and the continuity. You see how this issue that you must understand, that for us to have Biafra as a country, that we must transition, and that transition has happened, that we must issue we must government in exile. The government in exile must issue a peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. This is the only way out, no other way out. And it's proving that it proves that this is a continuity of the old one, not as a new one. It's not about new one, it's about the old one. That is why we, as well of Biafra at this stage, must understand why US declared is the only way out for us. If you are not supporting US declared, you're on your own. Now, let's continue. The history baseline. On July 26, 1960, the state of Somaliland gained fully independence from the British Empire. It was a global recognition, sovereign nation for 5 days, receiving congratulations telegram from the United States and the United Nations. I hope you are listening. Because you may think we are only the one. Do they recognition from the UN? Yes. And what do they get? Because they follow the transition. They follow the law from the UN. The UN said you must issue a peaceful declaration to give us the part talk about to give us the legal right. We are the one to give them legal rights, and that is why today the world, because USV have already given legal right, that is why the world is now talking about Biafra. Take it or you leave it. It doesn't matter minutes of agitation. What matters is when do you start being on the right track? That is what matters so much. So I want you to understand this. I want you to follow suit. So do not mind all these noises. Nothing will change this right into the wrong. The only way it can be wrong if we start knocking wood to wood. Then it's going to be on a wrong path. Remember, look at Somaliland. Look at them. Let's play the audio again. Please listen to this audio.
The history of Africa contains powerful examples where the exact same legal and diplomatic mechanisms used by the Baltic states, historical continuity, governments in exile, and the restoration of an interrupted sovereignty, were used to challenge colonial mergers and rewrite national borders. When an African movement transitions into a government structure and argues that its original sovereignty never died, it changes how the international community is legally allowed to view them. The historical and contemporary cases of 5 African territories that relied on these specific principles to seek international recognition or restoration include: 1. Eritrea, the restoration of an unlawfully dissolved state. Eritrea's path to independence is the closest modern African parallel to the Baltic states' model of restored sovereignty. The historical baseline: following World War II, the United Nations established Eritrea as an autonomous, self-governing territory federated under the Ethiopian crown. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and flag. The interruption. In 1962, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie unilaterally dissolved the Eritrean parliament, abolished its constitution, and forcefully annexed the territory as a mere province. The legal mechanism. For 30 years, Eritrean liberation movements operated administrative, educational, and medical systems in liberated zones and abroad. They argued that their statehood was not a new secession, but the restoration of a pre-existing international status that had been illegally dismantled. Because they framed their final step as a formal, peaceful, UN-supervised referendum in 1993, the international community immediately granted recognition based on the rectification of that historical injustice. 2. Somaliland, the interrupted sovereignty of a 1960 state. Somaliland represents the most structurally complete example of an unrecognized African territory basing its entire case on historical treaty law and continuity. The historical baseline. On June 26, 1960, the state of Somaliland gained full independence from the British Empire. It was a globally recognized sovereign nation for 5 days, receiving congratulatory telegrams from the United States and the United Nations. The interruption. On July 1, 1960, Somaliland voluntarily entered an administrative merger with the newly independent Trust Territory of Somalia, former Italian Somalia, to form the Somali Republic. However, the formal act of union was never legally ratified by both parliaments. Following a brutal civil war and the collapse of the central government in Mogadishu, Somaliland leaders withdrew from the union, the legal mechanism. In 1991, Somaliland issued a formal declaration of independence. Crucially, they do not apply for recognition as a, quote, new breakaway country. Their diplomats argue that they are simply restoring the sovereign borders they held as an independent state in June 1960. This specific legal framework allows foreign nations to debate partnering with them without violating the African Union's strict rules against altering post-colonial borders. 3.
You see, that's only way they did not violate the legal international law or the African UN Charter is that they calm down, they issue a redeclaration of their lost country. Through this means, you had it here, that they did not violate international law. Do you hear that Somaliland they start knocking woto? Do you hear that Eritrea start knocking woto? The answer is no. We cannot always be doing the wrong thing and we're expecting the good thing to happen. If you want good thing to happen, you must stand on the side of the good. The only thing that is here is that those that we are looking at, those that we are calling to come and help us, you are calling United Nations, you are calling Israel, you are calling America, you are calling all these people to come and recognize you or to see you, to save you. But they give you a simple law. They give you terms, what you will do, and then we will come. For over 57 years, we refuse to do this way. We refuse to observe their law. We refuse to stay on this right track that will give us Biafra as a country. I must tell you that all that we have done over all these years, that we are on the path that of no return. But through USB, they declared that is how we come back to the path of return. That is how we come back to the level of where these laws that guides all this country, where this law that Somalia, Eritrea, and all of them did not destroy the law, and they passed the exam that was being given to them. And we, the people of Biafra, we have never passed exam that was being set for us to pass, for us to have our own nation, for us to have a full nation, for us to graduate from this school. And it's over all these years we are making noise. Who is giving it to you? And those who will give it to you has constitution. You must obey their constitution. You must obey their law. It is by obeying this law, this is only how we will achieve Biafra as a country. Without obeying this law, we will never achieve Biafra as a country. Today we have obeyed the law. We have stand on that existing protocol. We have stand on that template that will release Biafra as a country. The only template is where we are right now. Anybody who is not on the side of this template, you are digging your grave. You are bringing a punishment to the entire generation that they will face punishment. Without issue a peaceful resignation of a lost country, you are just making noise. And what is said, we will never intervene. That what we are doing with the name of protest under IPOB is internal matter of one Nigeria. That under Section 2, in bracket 7 of the UN Charter, it prohibits America to give you recognized Biafra as a country. It prohibits Israel. It prohibits any African country. But via a peaceful redeclaration of this country called United States of Biafra is the only way we have given them the right for them to talk, for them to see. It is no longer an internal matter. It's no longer an internal matter. That is why I'm calling on you to stop your madness and embrace that you have only one government. The only peace you will have in your life is when you come back to your country, refuse to be an organization. As if I play the audio once again, I am going to draw the curtain for here. If you want to join us, you have the link here. So listen, I will play this session 2 and the session 1 together. After that, if nobody joins us, then I'm going to end the program.
Western Sahara / SADR, the government in exile as a sovereign equal.
Are you hearing it? Government in exile, government in exile. Do you hear? Oh, that they are using protests. They say that they lost their country, that they will use protests to achieve it. Do you hear SADR, protest group? You hear government in exile transition. I was once an IPOB member. I was once a coordinator. What is that you want to tell me about IPOB? Now what for you? And if you don't niru, it's okay about to you. But they are possible. If you USB, but that is the legal right. We have given the countries in the world to talk about us.
Its international status, even while its physical land is occupied. The historical baseline, originally a Spanish colony, the territory was promised a UN-supervised self-determination referendum. Instead, in 1975, Morocco and Mauritania marched in and occupied the land. The transition to government in exile, rather than remaining just a liberation front, the Polisario Front, the movement formally declared the establishment of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in 1976, setting up a highly organized administrative government in exile based in refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. The legal game changer. Because they built a complete
when I give you a country where the country was in exile, they went in exile. The Eritrea, Somaliland, all of them are given to you. You hear when those in Nigeria, those in Zambia, those in this place, those who face recognition will accommodate other people, they will be there until they achieve it. Learn from history. The future lies in the past. It's only in this our movement that the future is no longer lying in the past. It lies on the analyzing videos of those that want Biafra'S a country.
State structure, with a president, ministries of education, and diplomatic corps, they achieved what no standard rebel movement could: full diplomatic recognition from over 80 countries and official permanent membership in the African Union, AU.
They achieved what a rebel group cannot achieve via government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration of this lost country. They achieved recognition. They achieved, once you are on a Protestant group, once you are doing 1 million members, Nigeria will have right to tag you a terrorist, a rebel, a insurgency, and all of them. And the world will run away from you.
Sovereign state in exile. 4. Cabinda. The case of the broken 1885 treaty. The enclave of Cabinda uses a legal argument that mirrors the violation of the 1884 Oil Rivers Treaties. The historical baseline. In February 1885, the Kingdom of Portugal signed the Treaty of Simulambuco with the princes and chiefs of Cabinda. This treaty explicitly established Cabinda as a distinct, independent Portuguese protectorate, promising that Portugal would preserve the integrity of the territory. The interruption. In 1975, when Portugal abruptly pulled out of Africa, it ignored the 1885 treaty. Instead of letting Cabinda determine its own future, Portugal administratively handed the territory over to Angola, which invaded and absorbed it as a province due to its massive offshore oil reserves. The legal mechanism, the Front for the Liberation of the Enclave of Cabinda, FLEC, transitioned into a provisional government in exile. Their international legal teams used the 1885 Treaty of Simulambuco to argue before international courts that Cabinda was never legally a part of Angola. They used the government in exile structure to issue declarations asserting that their status as a protected state remains alive under international treaty law. 5. Ambazonia/Southern Cameroons, the incomplete decolonization. The ongoing conflict in the English-speaking region of Cameroon centers entirely on an administrative transition that went legally unfulfilled. The historical baseline. Following World War II, the territory was a British United Nations Trust territory called the Southern Cameroons, completely separate from French Cameroon. The interruption. In 1961, the UN held a plebiscite, forcing the population to choose between joining Nigeria or joining the French-speaking Republic of Cameroon in a federation. They chose a federation. However, in 1972, the French-speaking president unilaterally abolished the federal structure, altered the constitution, and changed the country's name back to the Republic of Cameroon, effectively absorbing the English-speaking territory. The legal mechanism, decades of peaceful protests and legal petitions by southern Cameroon's lawyers, yielded no results. Consequently,
do you hear it? Because of what? They said the decade of protests of Ambazonia yield no results. The decade of Ambazonia protests yield no result. The same way the decade of IPOB protests has never yielded any results. Until now that Ambazonia has transitioned to exile, for decades they are protesting in the territory of Cameroon. When they asked them, do you want to join Nigeria or do you want to join South Africa, join Cameroon? They said, no, we want outright our own country. When they said it, they refused to transition. Now they are giving us an example that you look at exactly what IPOB is doing. Ambazonia transitional government is open in exile of yesterday. If you don't know that. It's just about 5 or 6 years that Ambazonia fully transitioned in exile. When you look at what is happening, over all these years, I was hearing Ambazonia. I never knew that Ambazonia was their territory doing protests, and they had it. The word said that Ambazonia, a long decade protest, does not yield any results. Can't you understand from there? The IPOB organization with protests is going to yield no result until you transition into a government in exile, and you must issue, if it is a new one, declaration. If it is old, you must issue what? A redeclaration of the lost country. This is how the law put everything together. And you are doing 1 million men march. This is not the way to have Biafra as a country. Take it or you leave it. That thing you think is way to have Biafra is not the way. I'm giving you the way that every other country that follow the criteria of those you are calling to come to assist you. It's like somebody who want to do something. You must have something before that will support you. You must have something before other people will come to support you. It's not about me. As well as say you this word, you see, after our peaceful declaration, it's not about what we think. It's not about how we see it. It is about how the international communities and those that why are you calling Israel? Israel is international community. Why are you calling America? Donald Trump is international community. It's not about what you think. It's not about how you feel. It's not about your noise making. How can't you hear that they put Ambazonia as among those that has protested for a decade, and their protests yield no result? And look at how Eritrea yield a result. Look at how Somaliland yield result. Look at how all these 5 states minus Ambazonia is when they come to them in Africa. They said that Ambazonia is doing a decade protest that yield no result. Can't that prove to you that IPOB organization with over long time agitation will yield no result? That's why they said IPOB is a structure of a political pressure group, non-state actor that are not met the criteria to grant recognition as a country. The criteria of recognition, IPOB is not there. It's a time to start asking questions. What is holding Biafra? The case is a peculiar. There is no peculiar. You made it peculiar because you refuse to follow the constitution. You refuse to follow the right way to achieve your country, what you want. If you want to graduate, you must obey the school authority. For us to get recognition, we must obey the rules of the authorities that has been there before us. The laid down principle, the laid down constitution, the laid down template, the laid down structures. And after how many years? After 57 years of wrong, now we're right track. You are there making noise. I'm sorry for you. Ma Zolshiwa God, please, good afternoon from my location and welcome to the program. Please have the mic.
Mazi, I greet you. Can you hear me, Mazi?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I don't know. Well, after listening to you, when you come here, you'll be short of words. You give on like many years of ignorance have cost us going home. And let me tell you, sometimes people can be ignorant without knowing. That's why sometimes you don't have to blame anybody. But the people you blame, those who knows the truth and choose to toll to wrong path. Ohamadike, in all his adventures concerning Biafra, he meant well. He meant very, very well. But he was seeking to see who have the same ideology like him. He never saw it. For years, he tried to find Indian ideology, and the worst happened, Mazi. The same people who were the same ideology with Ohamadike worldwide, Ndowa. The USA, which had all of them.
Yes.
You
are right.
They conspired against Ikonso. Double lion, cable no ledge of Fabra motor.
Yes.
A lot of them, Mokenano bomb.
Yes.
Here, Windy Muna line with Hamadike Choga. Aka Hanke Poma had that so many Holy Ghost.
Yes.
After in denial, he came to realize now there's nothing we can do. That Biafra have already declared that everybody should come together, have way immediately. Now, those who bought into what Ohamadike is looking for, because if you recall, when Ohamadike was on aging channel kidnap, on aging channel that you are doing the wrong thing. The man na the man, the more on in apple from the track, it gets him crazy. On a aging channel, the same as Obato beer. Here, the same thing in Dr. Rebecca mentioned. That was why I was in the defense. I was working with Unquote everybody. But you see, based on what had happened when Dr. Rebecca took it, he decided to take this military to himself because it is either you are lying or the place I can have the conducive for you.
Yes.
I'm a man with a countless man in a no meeting. Meeting over line will countless with defense. Here and then, all that hala, more be late, more be on time. One if this woman shows up, Dr. Roberto, only change here. And here no name no wow, it happen no mother. One net you must speak, she must hear you. So that is why I'm saying all this thing is because I put her here when we come here. You are teaching me, I put her here. I know this sort of way because here just got my opinion. I wanna we come to because what you are saying is in the open. Here we just in an example give one state, give one country, Mandi Africa, Mandi Europe. You name everybody from year, from time, from date. So our duty we come here to listen, not because when we come to speak, we want to add anything, because you have said it all. And I hope and pray that, I wish anyway, not hope, because already, if when Ohamadike was here, now this research in Neme, you find in or there, he may get that time. But like that is all of us, the ignorance. I tell my IPOB one family Kenya Biafra. Amen na Belgium again what crowd. Hey, ime na Germany nwanne the whole street of Germany eshie. Ime na Belgium ebe niile eshie. Ime na America na abịa ndị mmadụ dịka kpakpando. Ime na UK.
I am asking this question. Why is that when people are doing wrong things, we are majority is always...
My brother, I'm telling you, it's disheartening. I'm telling you. I know more this thing. If Ireland here, put an island home, St. Patrick. Every year, IPOB must win trophy for parade. One day you ask yourself, what this parade and they win a trophy? Or where getting this Biafra choga? Or where getting him? The answer is no. We never knew. No, but the way to get Biafra not in the open, and he needs the stress on which is what you are showing us today. He needs the Hebazreza for it to make it the real thing to do to any nation. So, my brother, why are you just stepping in here is because other people like us listen and we make use of what you are saying. But we are talking about the gullibles. Those who now fight, Finland and Garahadi everywhere.
Yes.
Because that trip I made is scattered everywhere.
Every narrative. In fact, that trip is a game changer. The trip of Olusegun God is a game changer.
My brother, that in Indio Mepranya Waja.
Yes.
So, and again, you remember, but Bamba onye gara ije ahụ. Ije ahụ ọ gara is blaming no blame me fine. Oto let that man, Oto should let him, because if he has stick to their plan, all this thing will not be happening. So, because their plan was not to, their plan was to restrict everybody.
Yes.
Give you any knowledge of what is going on. Kahan set the narrative, which is a wrong one. Wrong. All we have can nugide process. What all these things they are saying. When I work with IPOB privately here, my kids for them not here. On the Western Sunday, or here. Come here. Even when one of my daughter brother Biafra national anthem, or even it's chairman na Twitter. And I put as that put a gas go Batobe said, not always this man. No dinye goji. Ine dinye goji na jugema. Akwe di show je chorega. Or na jin tano ne grabajo. Ma we na this guy need an agent tano na. That was why I was working with success. Make a cab or cat on pass one. This guy I'm a omega. Or my omega. That was the moment I'm introduced to Nkwocha. And we started. So, but in the matter na gazi, and now going, no, but to be a Mahoney Doctor Bezel, no, but to be a yes, same as the declaration on our plan for a year and not in her ways to is this true? Or come on, I can be one process to me before I'm put a quote to Nakekla Namaga, Finland. Even if you bring Menake, Biafra true survivor. Nancy always the call Batobie. A lot of them how many groups gap and claim end to this same man. That he does not tolerate any garbage. Batobia to him, he also craggy or to him. What he knows is the right thing. If you're following him, you have to do the right thing. Onyaka was there no recognize in USB. Mr. Kamana get them. Ndị gwara aka nkụ ka ha marakwa ma I know na the right path. Ama me water.
Yes.
So, on getting there, my brother, I would say now according to Master Prophet, Nenda Neriga yon bakrotel. Kahari guy, egbu anyị mma mmiri n'azụ. The same thing ha mere to Ọhamadike. Ha pụta ha si Simon osi amaghị onye ọwụ ekwerima. Tinubu is using him. Dave Umahi is nna anyị na-asị nna ile ụta ha si dabakwa n'aka ihe ọwụke n'eziokwu na Dave Umahi Tinubu nyere ọbata obi asọ a nwere m ha sọ $20,000 a na-akpọ ahụ ego. Anyị ama na ihe niile wọkwa lately ka amata na ihe niile ewu job ka ndị DOS arụga mmadụ ọrụ ka ha arụga anyị. Today most of them are confessing. Agwara m ọbata obi na prison na most of them to that problem aha mmadụ abụọ ka atọ na ha na-arịọzi gị arịrịọ now. The thing juru ya anya mgbe m kwuru ihe o nwere onye mkpọrọ ahụ ọ dị shocked asị m ya achala ugo na asị Chineke kpọpụta gị taa na echi. The thing it was shocking to him. Ihe ewu ndị akwụrụ ụgwọ ha ebuso this man na agha buso ya agha nna ebuso this man na when you may ekwechiri because ọ hụrụ the way to get the Biafra so ọ chọghị distraction. So he want to run that race to the end. Ka enweta go this Biafra before you na mmadụ ọmụ na mmadụ ekwumokwu ya onye ọgbaga ihe a.
Yes,
how many times I challenge the Nigerian government? Austin, Tony Nnamdi Kanu mkpọrọ ka ya hụ. Austin had jail him, let him see how they want to do it. In akwa na-agwa everywhere, Musa na-ebe, Akpabio na-ebe, onye ihu na-ebe. Ọ about the same ọbata obi ka ndị mmadụ ji aha ya na-eshizi mmanya. Onye pụta
ịmakwa ihe gbagoju ma anya abụ na mfu mmadụ ka ife anya maọbụ ngecha ndị ma ha na-ekwuere njụ ha sị ha mgbe ahụ ọbata obi transition n'ọtụtụ gọọmenti na exile ọkwa ndị IPOB na ọ na-emetụ ọfụma ọkwa ya
yes
ọkwa na-akpịa na ọ na ọkwa ya tutu ọbata obi ya na ozie then anyị sorokwa ya bụ ọbata obi ọrụ ọnụ ya kwuo na ya zite ex-wife ya si gwa Ngozi Arabeze protect the mandate protect the mandate edenu onewu nna abịa gbuzi ya na Chineke betipi ozi okwu n'ọnụ na ọbata obi ya gwara sị ya ji edi declare Biafra.
Yes.
Now ịnụsịakwa ihe n'ihe anụnwa niile the same thing na amere mgbe aha IPOB na fight against Simon Ekpa abịakwa na-eme now ọbata obi na against Ngozi Arabeze you told the wrong part because of o nwere nwa obere ihe ego a na-achọrọ gị
enyere ha ego nwanne enyere ha ego
in Finland because a na-arịcha internet in Finland ebe ifeanyị legodi first slaves unite ịgwa ndị mmadụ no ndị mere protest ga-eme organize mmadụ lega abụla court imagine so first slaves unite buzi Finland court yeah in Finland. That is how you will know our people.
First Slaves Unite, oge ọbata obi nọ ha ọ nọ in that good time with ọbata obi? The answer is no. It was not in that good time with ọbata obi. Then are we not here?
We are here.
Oh no, even look at Van now. Is she not fighting with Bryce Nokoma and the husband? This is same Bryce Nokoma that Indian Finland is supporting. So
I said it here now.
Did they not see Van now calling them out? Said up to now, they should question him. Most social media. How much that they question him now that Hanaga Uzo did wrong, that they're feeding up at with wrong information, and it is never going to be easy. One recognition, nobody will be forgiven because one I don't know why Biafra is over 20 years. Even Umaka 11, 12 years. How everything again? You can have that question that somebody not 30, 35, 40. Okay, because you man about to be able to let's say fine. You man or Hamadike be to fine. Then Okwasi Hamadike no is Zokuye. Because it didn't Kekano. Okay, Simon after Zena, what did you learn from Simon? Didn't he learn from Simon Ekpa Njoko? What? Go on to Finland and ask him, you're supporting Imam Madhabo. Okay, this is just supporting Imam Madhabo. Imam Madhabo brought this damage I know to do with Imam Madhabo. He brought this to us. He brought this chaos to us. I would have He brought this chaos to us, nobody else. As number I lotera or support organ carry in a fam. On a chance to make her home, but the Hakwan Agbanuku, they supported him to do what he's doing today.
Yes, so
the same man might happen now was on us before he can but you have to see him. On what condition? Now, sometimes he maybe declaration now. Na flag our flag. Obioma name was so excited around Dr. Abeze. Manako Lewin. Hanine not around the Monaco Jenny wounds. This joy hang with that period. Because it didn't have measuring now. How did the tons here? USB had the ID card, Hana Bazikai. Now it never happened. Now, Sister Lewin Nebia Panesina, no but to be but as Dr. Abeze declared Biafra. Now that they have had this, optazing now, Lewin Netogashi. Because all her sister visit to Abatobi Kokuri here. So I got to Abatobi. So they cannot support him man have whatever is going on. Because we have Bunobi had to even achieve. Already now, they recognize that Biafra now. Lay here with their faith. What is their status? What is their condition? What did they think that is going to happen? Okay, let us consider, according to them, no but to be a pota, no got everybody together. Nobody can question that. But he can go say his handwork. Everybody will bring result sheet. Yeah. I got work it together, fine. But what to be you fit first go and sit back, relax. Only with a score sheet. Yeah, what Dr. Abeze.
Because you see. Nia na enye mmadụ na-eso ofu ọrụ si ụnụ gaa n'ụba.
Yeah, don't aga So now ihe njuga na-awụ ọpụta ugbu a ya kpọọ Dr. Abeze sị ngwa ke ọrụ ke gị dị iche because asịrị gị protect the mandate. Nwe asị m agwa onye mkpọrọ ahụ again. Now ele ebe ị gadoro Dr. Abeze abịa na were documents nye ya. The whole documents I make in Europe, ebeni na nabatara ndị USB document, ha niile dịcha documented. A ga-ewere nye ọbata obi ma ihe Adaeze gara, Minister of Foreign Affairs gara na CPAC ndị ahụ that Jewish community ndị na-eme support anybody president in America, CPAC. Adaeze went and delivered the message.
Egosikwu ya diplomatic movement agra na Burkina Faso.
Otu anyị nọ ndị ka ma ndị nọ Australia ma ndị nọ Japan ma ndị documents na Honorable Messi na-enye document foreign affairs a na-ahapụ ha na Japan. Ihe niile dị documented. A ga-ewe na rolu ọbata obi wụsa ya na tebụl ya. Ewuteke Ireland wụsara, ewuteke Netherlands wụsara, ewuteke mere na Nostra wụsara, ewuteke mere na Barcelona. Our brother gara ime argument were mistake were Biafra ID card nye onye police lecha ya alọghacha ya were nye si Ojukwu Biafra. Ihe niile dị documented. Achọrọ m ịjụ this question na abịazi na akpọzie ma mmadụ ha bụ si mgba weteke gị. Anọ m n'ime isi OBGC Biafran Governing Council abi na CRC ọbata obi ege na-ebu ụzọ jọg si but na-edizọvụrụ na CRC imechina revive a gịsị ya gasị oke kemgbe m na-anọghọkwana ya ele ebe unu tinyere akwụkwọ ele ebe unu gagoro lelee wea ha asị ha n'ihe ha nọ na enwe ebe a tinyere akwụkwọ nọ na-agba Dr. Abeze that the way she's moving adịghị mma we try to correct her na ha ekwe ọbata obi ajọ ọwụ ihe awụ document ị nwere for me because DOS werele ndụ ha niile chọọ Simon chefuo Nnamdi Kanu chefuo Ọhamadike completely ebe a na-atụ Simon now akpọzie the second prime minister Ogechukwu Nkere ngwane I was in a prime minister because this we are holding on apụtagonim ngani wete na account nwanne because account has to be made before oge o ji ego ọbata obesi akpọrọ almost 3 times every time asị anya ga moto he never made that account till date ọbata obesi ngwana half ele ebe garala ya asịsị na ya agala Capitol Hill ya kwere senator ma Michael Johnson
onye na-ekwu okwu ya ọ bụ oge nkere
na
oge nkere enweela afa so ichi imi adreesị meruo ya n'isi ihe afọ ya bụ oge nkere Soni Akwarawa automobile mechanic government in exile
ọbata obi echize ngwanụ Maryland kwana ele documents ọka nọkwa intact ya sị mba ọbata obi emechara ebe na ahụhụ ga-echenjiri m ihe even ọ ga-agwa ọbata obi na ọ wee ma mmadụ abụ mere bylaw ike ya ji wụrụ prime minister everybody ga-enwe the self to defend gbakene m na o nwere onye ọbụla onwere ihe Dr. Ebeze ga-edefend
nothing
even ugo 247 si ya nwawo BLA ewe ya kedu ihe ugo 247 ga-akụrụ ọbata obi I want to know kedu ihe that our sister ihe na ya na pali ndị PUC ele aha that our sister Ubu secretary of here
every time
yeah kedu ihe nwaanyị ahụ ga-akụrụ ọbata obi ihe ga-agwa awụ na Dr. Ngozi Orabueze
ekwe take advice inyere ya
okweghị ewe advice inyere ya iwe ewe gị ya jụọ gị iwe ọ na-ewezikwe inweghị ike ichere na ya pụtagodi ka a mara ihe a ga-eme Okpozie that our assistant who the head of after the declaration, the guy her government, which he did. You know, Dr. Dorothy, he only the job about to be she did her job. Well, young one head the committee with Dr. Ebeze, Uche, Mazucha, one other lady, 4 of them. And the woman delivered. The declaration. He had to come up with the what our mandate she put up the structure and name a position for DPM. Go and check that present. Oh, the board, in a board. Go and check positions. He got position of DPM. So if Obatobe was to be here with us after that decree, Dr. Ebeze also would have been deputy prime minister. So people don't seem to understand this. Then was the more former, more unquoted them. Or getting mega, getting. That's how you go, Dr. Ebeze advice or pay. Even if we hear brand no happy. Obatobe atụle kwenye nna Urutan Nabago, Quadica Mishanya na this nation have recognized Biafra. Because there will be no any other recognition than the United States of Biafra. That is only my happiness. When I take all 70 or 75, as long as I go my way now, that the first peaceful declaration, ASPA group had 1,000.
Yes, so
ASPA group for the 1,000. That first peaceful declaration, that is the height of it. So, in how we the only thing in constellation. And not going to make anybody, put up many places. Nine on the right path. Ndi go kent wundina ndi chere mama hand on the right path or not. I carry go that stage na my age to know na it's na Mahaman na right from or Hamadike today to Obato be today to I went on the wrong side of history. It never happened. So my brother, I want to thank you again. Announcement here last time. Onye one of our brother na I went na Obioma I try make her but enwere ndị no bad decide na achọ ịnụ ka ha mara what to do because ndị ODOS eriri mmadụ donkonyo
ọgbakọla otele erisari ya ma change the same thing oge nke ndị mmadụ
ndị a rie nwa nọ n'afọ According to this name, the department, directorate of Hariri, this click, the court, Hariri, one on our four. So, can we have opportunity again? Tinye line in the island again. Ọwụrụ na ị nọ na Republic of Ireland, nwanne hapụ ego ma ọ bụrụ ọrụ ihe nna ọbata obi gwara m na I should forget my ego, forget your ego, and they call him and call him asị ya nwanne nwee ego m nwere anwekwana ịma m na-akpọ ọhịa ọsị m forget your ego, forget your ego, if not your money go, si oke nsogbu anọ na enweghị onye m na-akpọ. Biko ndị nọ n'island, forget on ego, forget on your ego. Batan in the United States.
IPOB. Forget Harris in IPOB.
Because Batan bia Turugo, Batan in the United States of Biafran government.
Your country.
Your own country, and be represented. The number to call is +353 899 6666 79. Again, +353 899 6666 79. Master, can I say you one thing? You got shock again now. During the time of Obatobie, that first set of people many ID card. Biafran ID card. I will make a water pilot. I want my one man, a brother, and a Bezokubundo. I want to be the water pilot in Ireland there. One neck, ID card. I want one under Briggy. It was the ID card in the Republic of Ireland, 12 pieces of ID cards. I return to go one now back to the government. One name 12 ID card. About the 13, I'm return off back to the government because the woman up from a countless time will pick and the instruction when you know where they say return it. So I return on them, but out of 12, where the ID card, the one the IPOB DOS, Chino, mother where the ID card no under USB. One of our brother and one of our sister. One the rest only I am being honest with what I'm handing in our phone one by one. Up to them when I came for us when a meeting on Sunday. Say which meeting? Or same meeting IPOB say one una carry going in on a copy on a lay on a coding. So many ID card under Brig under Simon Ekpa to show you how among him was stupid or big word, correct? On bigger word to show you how gullible that under the same Simon and they prosecute can have a metal ID card. Maybe under our leader here then Wadatina lead the guy that time. Under her, among how they did it, up from handing in a phone and you had the ID. Anyway, ending my own money post way to them. Ụfọdụ nyekwere m wetara ego like 10 euro because ihe na-eji post 10 euro. Ọba m nwere mgbe ahụrụ 10 euro mgba mmadụ 11 euro mba. But o nwere ndị ke na-eweta bụ achọghị m ka ọ nọrọ m n'aka e-post me to them because ha sị na ha ga-ekwuru m na anyị ga-ekwu ọ dị ka ha amatago ihe megin. They never came back to me till date. Mana as I'm talking to you now, ha ji ID card bụ United States of Biafra. So here we have a meeting, Abi.
Yeah.
And it's IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. Managing ID card the United States of Biafra. Mazi, na research again, kedu ihe a ga-akpọ ndị a biko. Ndewo.
There is nothing to call except the word we have already been using. They are all gullible.
Yes.
Betrayal.
Yes. It's terrible, I'm telling you. Every time, if screenshot of the whole ID card, I still have all of them screenshot. because the MPRM honey rewrite their addresses because some people age him the whole ID card, age him the whole copy of them. Ndị IPOB ko ndị asigbo Simon I know here hey bands the mecha the ID card. As I'm talking to you now, enwebe my ID card, I'm still waiting for my own. Man, enwecha na their own. Nye ha na. Give them motor ga adịrị ndị a na mma. Well, enweghị m ga-ekwu, but ama m na, like I said, I recognize ya Biafra. Onye ọbụla abịazụrụ ọnụ ya. You come and answer for your deeds. There's no two ways. Give bazụrụ ọnụ gị. Ị ga-enyere that reason. You know these years of battle for nothing. You have to tell us. Or everybody know more job. You have to know why you stood on the path of unrighteousness for years. Gig under Simon. One name, asking I'm going to meet him game. Ndị niile ji ID card ahụ bụ under Simon, mere under Simon. One name, my mama of course come gele on them. I am behind a pain them. Honey, saga, but none of them reached back to me anymore. Man, I had almost 8 people. 8. The ID card USB. Okay, Meganya Doma no why no nishi. You know when I will bring you know. I was Sonny Hemega. A man and does aglameter ID card. Ndị IPOB, I got a metal ID card, and that's why. So, thank you, Maz.
Thank you so much.
To the hearing of ndị ha na-edeceive. Na ndị na-edeceive gị amaghị ihe ha mege. Ha onwe ha, ọwụ na ha amaghị ihe ha mege. They are just a bunch of gangsters.
Yes. What happened is somebody now wanna about to be like on here this part Keja Fia Ogo Nande Kano
Master Prophet
na mwendi IPOB Napoli yani na Simon kunyina mmiri yango
no nyine yeni anom ya yeme.
So then ndị si na brigi dapụ fụrụ na ngodra peza napụgo ha ha na-eri otu ọbata obi esi stop ndị DOS. That is the reason why. And anybody who is against this movement, against USB, he just having back of mind. These people that they never want Biafra as a country. They want to remain as a political pressure group to continue making the Biafran people. That is why when I was thinking the name to give Ogenkere and what he's doing, that is why I come up with what? The criminal Ogenkere, Sonia Akparawa, automobile government in exile. That is who they are. Because of what? They want to continue making the people. If I sit down to calculate the rate everything that happens, you attack Simon, you are in IPOB because of Ikenga. You will go saying, Simon, if I said you are not doing it right, I am a madman. But stop, you are running fast. Then ndị nke ahụ eme ya attack na ha chọọ ka Simon napụ ha ụlọ ha ji ego IPOB wee na-arụ ka ha kwụsị ya. Ha chọọ ka ha kwụsị n'opposition ha nọ n'ime ya. Ha chọọ ka ha kwa na ha ka relevant ihe ha na-eme. You come against Simon. Today, a government declaration of a Biafra Obi Egwage. Now, without this registration document, you know, noise making, and after the declaration, na agaboka woto again or get end. A noise in good best I maintain no Namamba woto. In a good best I maintain no to you, Odoganya, the ways here game also, Konoma, the guy relevant, Konopoto, so here be one over Nangozi Anapugo, new Nafa Afandi Biafra, no gen Keremana with USB, no Mabuzio Debe go Biafra. Na dia de go empty or where Simba. Namu ama nkuya. Nam gano here na rego na we na-eri. Na nke na government na na-eri man ko no. Inesi anwa mugu inesi. And I will be here every day telling you na enweghịkwa country in this world nwere recognition because of na ha na Washington DC. We were able before. And the man for anyị wee mee. And the talk of my question came but today na ndị na-eso ge nkere wo. Okay. Obu na Biafra na ikweta nwane declare on November 29. It's not December 2nd. Could declare number 1. Number 2. Onye give order to raise Nigeria flag down. Emu ihe opụtara under constitution to raise in order a way to a flag of a country. Ihe opụtara on international level. Ihe opụtara kedu onye mere ya. This question within your conscience, then a man, you are on a wrong path. And where you are, is that the same wrong path we are from 1967 down, make 57 years on a wrong path.
Yeah.
We start on the right track from the day Obatobi introduced us to government in exile, and they tell us that we are going to issue official redeclaration of our lost country. Now, this is only way we can stop making the noise, and that has happened. You look against it. You are method of the same of IPOB. From China and they think that they do damage control. That is why I told him, what you are doing is what? Sana Prawa in Kevin Nano phone. A phone repair like a powerless.
So now,
Then,
but you graphic or document.
Yes.
To come to Finland now, how about Toby?
It's not Toby.
He's announced it today.
That is it.
That's what I want to ask him now. Now, Prime Minister in America, can he not bring him to America?
Why the Prime Minister not bring to America? Tell you are Prime Minister to move out from Cape Verde.
Move you out of Cape Verde to America. Why would you happen again at Cape Verde? Again, Roger. No collaborate with him. He should bring you to Maryland, where he is.
Yes.
He will all and all. If
Are you know his brother?
Oh, yeah, with this guy in here, you crow like this, and other. Ogen Kerena, Butuzo have Yan Roda, Hebo, Holy Ghost, Nihuye, because what support to USB. That is madness. All people can against Ndibo. Our money, man, I want I with this race. In this race, I put in the board. I'm a hoopem. So, my brother, ask him can that's no other way we can do or what we can say. I am go the right path. I am that we have used many years, even though Juku made the same mistake. Yes. Exile, only him. Or Ruhoda Mepe government in exile. If he had done that, all this today. So, but akwụkwọ a na-agụ agụ dị iche n'iche, knowledge dị iche, akwụkwọ a gara agụ dị iche, amamihe dị iche, ihe niile Chukwu nyere people a lot of onyinyo. Chukwu dị highly educated, but in that is education, what he achieved. But you na oruru Cote d'Ivoire, or form government in exile, so he started to do business. Yeah, but there was ahịa tipa. Now about transport, he was making money, which there's no problem in that. But all we know with knowledge, because I got here, hotel research here, mother was only she, boss or got register government in exile. So that knowledge then history, and you cannot blame them because but today I realize to a point after 50-something years. Kaibas to trade to the right path. Mmadụ nọkata ugbo apụta ị na-akọ story na-enweghị isi ndị mmadụ na-ege ntị. Well, I wish them all the best, but like I always say all the time, one US wanted recognition, United States of Biafra wanted recognition. Ndị niile na-eme ihe a dịcha documented. Onwe onye ga-apụta gị kọrọ anyị na ịmaghị ihe imege. Onye ọbụla makwa ihe o mege o. Onye ọbụla makwa ihe o mege.
There will be no forgiveness. On
the constitution, you can't do all this damage, and you allow this here. Managan na atankwobi. Man on kwenengeno. Inye mad poison. Because this is obi ndị their heart the two one ogo Pharaoh say Pharaoh can amma. Because him na Pharaoh megidere ya release obi sin new Israel mama mi watara.
Yes.
But this are our people. One Pharaoh kahama 1 million times. Pharaoh kahama because these people are not okay. But let me ask you now. Can you conclude though? Take for example somebody like Bryce Nokoma and Dia. Ask how doctor, how professor, how way doctor. I want to ask them. The Bryce Nokoma our grievances. Remember, he went and put it in Google now and declared Biafra before get
Yes,
time.
now. Yeah, now. Obajakwa na Chrome tinyekwu ya nsokwu eba.
You understand?
Yeah.
It was shocking to him. This is what this man did. As if he grievances sign always very long document. Give step aside. Dr. Rebecca Apple declare all the whole 40 states, all their names and capitals. Command does reduce Buto Nigerian flag, Bule Biafra flag. No, that command that all Dr. Jenny Wunze to Attorney Jenny Wunze to come and affirm that English alone, or that man na man here affirm. Come and affirm the declaration. This woman came and affirmed it. Onye ọbụla amalie n'obi aṅụrị nwanne biko ni akwa ịhụ ndị a nwanne there will be no forgiveness ndewo.
Thank you. We are drawing it close here after I play the audio straight for those that don't join us to understand what we did today. That is only government in exile is a game changer. That issue a peaceful declaration is the only way Biafra will be a nation. And on that particular one, USB is the only one. So listen, after this, we end the program. No more comments again.
The reason this transition is a game changer under international law comes down to a fundamental shift in legal status. It changes the conversation from a domestic dispute into an international question of treaty law and historical sovereignty. When a movement is just an organization conducting protests, the international community's hands are legally tied by Article 2.7 of the UN Charter, which strictly forbids countries from interfering in the domestic jurisdiction of an existing state. If a foreign country tries to intervene or talk about recognition at that stage, it can be accused of violating international law by sponsoring an internal rebellion. However, when that organization transitions into a structured government in exile and issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, it effectively hands foreign governments the legal keys to bypass that restriction. Here is exactly why this transformation rewrites the diplomatic rulebook. 1. It shifts the argument from secession to restoration. The international community deeply fears the word secession, breaking an existing country apart, because of the principle of territorial integrity. The game changer. By forming a government in exile and issuing a redeclaration of a lost country, the movement shifts its legal footing entirely. They are no longer asking to create a new state out of thin air. They are asserting that their historical statehood was unlawfully suppressed by military force or a broken treaty arrangement, like the violation of the 1884 treaties. The legal right to talk. This allows friendly foreign countries to argue under Article 3 of the Montevideo Convention, the declaratory theory, that the state's legal sovereignty never actually died. Foreign diplomats can now frame the discussion around historical continuity and the correction of an international injustice, rather than the illegal dismantling of an existing UN member state. 2. The peaceful clause strips away the label of terrorism. Existing states almost always label internal agitation movements as national security threats, insurgents, or terrorists to prevent foreign countries from talking to them. The game changer. By formally embedding the word peaceful into the redeclaration, the government in exile binds its entire administrative apparatus to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the threat or use of force, the legal right to talk. This makes it politically and legally safe for foreign nations to engage. Foreign parliaments and diplomats can openly host, debate, and communicate with a peaceful civilian government in exile without being accused of sponsoring armed conflict or destabilizing international borders. It changes the movement's representatives from rebel leaders to provisional diplomats. 3. It creates a mirror image of a state apparatus. Under the Montevideo Convention, you cannot recognize a group that has no structure. An agitation movement has protesters, but it doesn't have a governing system. The game changer. A government in exile sets up an alternative, organized administrative framework, appointing officials, setting up registries, forming diplomatic ministries. The legal right to talk. This fulfills the government and capacity to enter into relations criteria of statehood. Foreign countries now have a structured entity they can actually sit down with to sign memorandums of understanding, negotiate trade or aid, or discuss the legal status of historical treaties. Historical precedent, the Baltic states. This exact legal mechanism is how Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union. When they were annexed by force in 1940, their diplomats abroad maintained their structures as governments in exile. They consistently redeclared their sovereignty based on historical continuity. Because they kept the legal flame alive through peaceful diplomatic structures, the international community maintained a policy of non-recognition toward the Soviet annexation. When the political window opened in 1991, the world didn't recognize them as new breakaway countries. They recognized the restoration of the old ones. Summary: the transition into a government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a game changer, because it lifts the issue out of the host country's domestic courts and places it squarely onto the international stage. It provides sympathetic foreign countries with the exact legal vocabulary, defensive arguments, and institutional structures they need to justify talking about, validating, and ultimately recognizing the sovereignty of the lost country. The history of Africa contains powerful examples where the exact same legal and diplomatic mechanisms used by the Baltic states, historical continuity, governments in exile, and the restoration of an interrupted sovereignty, were used to challenge colonial mergers and rewrite national borders. When an African movement transitions into a government structure and argues that its original sovereignty never died, it changes how the international community is legally allowed to view them. The historical and contemporary cases of 5 African territories that relied on these specific principles to seek international recognition or restoration include: 1. Eritrea, the restoration of an unlawfully dissolved state. Eritrea's path to independence is the closest modern African parallel to the Baltic states' model of restored sovereignty. The historical baseline: following World War II, the United Nations established Eritrea as an autonomous, self-governing territory federated under the Ethiopian crown. Eritrea had its own parliament, constitution, and flag. The interruption: in 1962, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie unilaterally dissolved the Eritrean parliament, abolished its constitution, and forcefully annexed the territory as a mere province. The legal mechanism: for 30 years, Eritrean liberation movements operated administrative, educational, and medical systems in liberated zones and abroad. They argued that their statehood was not a new secession, but the restoration of a pre-existing international status that had been illegally dismantled. Because they framed their final step as a formal, peaceful, UN-supervised referendum in 1993, the international community immediately granted recognition based on the rectification of that historical injustice. 2. Somaliland, the interrupted sovereignty of a 1960 state. Somaliland represents the most structurally complete example of an unrecognized African territory basing its entire case on historical treaty law and continuity. The historical baseline: on June 26, 1960, the state of Somaliland gained full independence from the British Empire. It was a globally recognized sovereign nation for 5 days, receiving congratulatory telegrams from the United States and the United Nations. The interruption: on July 1, 1960, Somaliland voluntarily entered an administrative merger with the newly independent Trust Territory of Somalia, former Italian Somalia, to form the Somali Republic. However, the formal act of union was never legally ratified by both parliaments. Following a brutal civil war and the collapse of the central government in Mogadishu, Somaliland leaders withdrew from the union. The legal mechanism: in 1991, Somaliland issued a formal declaration of independence. Crucially, they do not apply for recognition as a, quote, new breakaway country. Their diplomats argue that they are simply restoring the sovereign borders they held as an independent state in June 1960. This specific legal framework allows foreign nations to debate partnering with them without violating the African Union's strict rules against altering post-colonial borders. 3. Western Sahara/SADR, the government in exile as a sovereign equal. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, demonstrates how a government in exile can achieve immense international status even while its physical land is occupied. The historical baseline: originally a Spanish colony, the territory was promised a UN-supervised self-determination referendum. Instead, in 1975, Morocco and Mauritania marched in and occupied the land. The transition to government in exile: rather than remaining just a liberation front, the Polisario Front, the movement formally declared the establishment of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in 1976, setting up a highly organized administrative government in exile based in refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. The legal game changer: because they built a complete alternative state structure, with a president, ministries of education, and diplomatic corps, they achieved what no standard rebel movement could: full diplomatic recognition from over 80 countries and official permanent membership in the African Union, AU, as a sovereign state in exile. 4. Cabinda, the case of the broken 1885 treaty. The enclave of Cabinda uses a legal argument that mirrors the violation of the 1884 Oil Rivers Treaties. The historical baseline. In February 1885, the Kingdom of Portugal signed the Treaty of Simalambuco with the princes and chiefs of Cabinda. This treaty explicitly established Cabinda as a distinct, independent Portuguese protectorate, promising that Portugal would preserve the integrity of the territory. The interruption. In 1975, when Portugal abruptly pulled out of Africa, it ignored the 1885 treaty. Instead of letting Cabinda determine its own future, Portugal administratively handed the territory over to Angola, which invaded and absorbed it as a province due to its massive offshore oil reserves. The legal mechanism, the Front for the Liberation of the Enclave of Cabinda, FLEC, transitioned into a provisional government in exile. Their international legal teams used the 1885 Treaty of Simalambuco to argue before international court that Cabinda was never legally a part of Angola. They used the government in exile structure to issue declarations asserting that their status as a protected state remains alive under international treaty law. 5. Ambazonia/Southern Cameroons, the incomplete decolonization. The ongoing conflict in the English-speaking region of Cameroon centers entirely on an administrative transition that went legally unfulfilled. The historical baseline. Following World War II, the territory was a British United Nations Trust territory called the Southern Cameroons, completely separate from French Cameroon. The interruption. In 1961, the UN held a plebiscite, forcing the population to choose between joining Nigeria or joining the French-speaking Republic of Cameroon in a federation. They chose a federation. However, in 1972, the French-speaking president unilaterally abolished the federal structure, altered the constitution, and changed the country's name back to the Republic of Cameroon, effectively absorbing the English-speaking territory. The legal mechanism. Decades of peaceful protests and legal petitions by Southern Cameroon's lawyers yielded no results. Consequently, leadership groups formed the Ambazonia Governing Council and provisional structures abroad. They argue that because the original UN-mandated federal treaties were violated and dismantled by the central government, the territory has the legal right to restore its original independent boundaries as they existed under British Trust administration. The central lesson of these 5 cases, just like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, these African examples show that when a movement stops operating as a loose protest group and organizes into a formal government in exile or provisional authority, it fundamentally alters the international legal landscape. It takes the dispute away from a simple domestic riot and forces global bodies, courts, and foreign ministries to pull out historical archives, old maps, and forgotten colonial treaties to answer a much deeper question. Was this sovereignty ever legally dissolved, or is it merely waiting to be restored?